Hey, guys, TGIF, it is Friday night. Welcome back, everybody, and thank you for joining us tonight. Excuse me. Tonight, guys, we're going to look into the Sebastian Rogers case again, and I want to talk about, with all of us, I want to talk about possibilities and check up on the Madeline Soto scenario as well. Lots to talk about, in my opinion. So let's do this and get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Yo, what's happening, everybody? Welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening, and I hope everybody had a great day. We are back in house with plenty to talk about. So come on in, guys. Grab a seat, grab a chair, grab a bench, grab a stump, whatever's comfortable for you, please. Find a place to sit. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it might be. It is Friday night, so who knows? Either way, come on in and get comfortable, guys, so that we can get this show on the road. And please don't forget, on your way through that door, if you will, please, to hit that like button and share this out. Please, 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 please. That is so much appreciated, guys, so we can get this in the algorithm. And maybe that'll help us to help find this boy, because Lord knows we need to. Tonight, guys, I'm going to open this panel up, and I want, of course, anybody is welcome to jump up here. And I want to bounce this around with everybody and talk about what we've seen, what we have heard. Because it's been a lot, guys. It's been a lot. Unfortunately, it hasn't been what we've wanted to see in here, which is welcome home, Sebastian. Okay. But, at the same time, you know, I, I, I just can't get past why this child's not home yet. I can't, you guys. It bugs me in a bad way, a really bad way. And I've looked at it from both sides of the fence, and I don't know. I just don't know anymore. So welcome, everybody. Come on in. Again, hit that like button. Leave a little bit of DNA on that like button on your way through the door, if you will. And get yourself comfortable, please. Please, please. Again, guys, earlier this afternoon, we had some bad news. Um, I mean, bad news, but something that can help with a little closure for the Strain family. Riley Strain was found, again, for those of you that may not know. Um, and, now, and it looks to be like a horrific accident. And that's kind of what I'm going with at this point, wholeheartedly, because I don't see, the chief says there's nothing that shows any foul play. And I'm going to go with that. I'm going to trust that until I will show you guys the statement from the family once we get through what we're talking about here. However you want to see it, it's up to you guys. But excuse me. And there's an autopsy that's coming back. We know that, and the toxicology. So we will know at that point if there's anything else that goes with it. You know what I'm saying? Um, I don't know, guys. So many different things going on, crazy stuff. These cases, there's more and more of these cases popping up, and it's just I don't know. So let's see who we got here tonight with us. First and foremost, decided to grace me with their awesome presence. And it looks like Miss Victoria's back. Miss Cassie, welcome back to you. Good to see you guys tonight. SWTC Steve, welcome back to you, my friend. Sunshine's in the house, even on a dark night like this. Welcome back, Sunshine. Good to see you. MCause, welcome back to you. Thank you so very much for joining us. Miss Paula, welcome back. Always happy to have you here. But Randy B, never a doubt in my mind. Walt Harris, welcome back to you. Georgia Rain, great to have you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Leslie and Billy, always a pleasure. Good to see you tonight. No Knock today, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Miss Victoria, always a pleasure. The lovely and amazing Miss Duchess is in the house. Welcome, Duchess. Good to have you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for joining us tonight. Excuse me very much. April QT's in the house. Welcome back and happy Friday to you. D. Smith, welcome back. Always a pleasure to see you. Good to have you here, guys. Cindy Kerp is in the house. Let's just go with it. Big Ohio Owl. Welcome, guys. Good to have you. Good to see you. Of course, the lovely and amazing Miss Wisdom Speaks. Miss Sherry's in the house. Thank you for joining me. And that goes for all my awesome moderators. Thank you for being here and doing what you do every day. I appreciate you so very much. Let's see here. Come on down. Let's see who else. Miss Debbie Clark, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. The cat lady is back, folks. Welcome back, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here. Always a pleasure to have you. Let me see. Let me see. Tina B, welcome back to you. Lisa Vallejo, thank you for joining us tonight. Groot is in the house. Welcome back. Becca Boo, great to see you. Always a pleasure. Neil Homestead, my friend, great to see you. Welcome back. Great to have you here. Who's down here at the bottom jumping in? Hope Floats, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Did I miss anybody up here? Let me see. Let me see. Moni's in the middle. Welcome back, Moni. Great to have you here. Bobby, old dude, welcome, brother. Good to have you, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Great. 12 gauge Phillips, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Always, always, always a pleasure to have you here, Duchess, and thank you for that. I promise you. I appreciate that very much. Yes, your trip. Leslie and Billy, first super sticker of the night, 99 cents. Thank you so very much for that, guys. I appreciate you more than you know. That means the world to me. It definitely helps. So thank you for that so very much. That has no bearing on a thing. The thought is all that matters. I don't care if it's 1 cent or 99 cents. Thank you so much for even thinking about me in that way. I appreciate you so very much. And thank you all just for being here and supporting the channel in the way that you do, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So thank you very, very much. Aw, Miss Crystal's got sick babies. That's not good. Well, she's got my thoughts and prayers going to her and her babies. That's all that matters, guys. Hopefully they're okay and they're getting better. We're gonna miss her tonight as well. So, Miss Bonnie Messick, welcome back. Great to see you. I'm glad you're here. Goes for all of you guys. Well, thank you, Bill. I'm Leslie and Bill. I'm glad you guys see that, because it really is, guys. Unfortunately, a little too much sometimes. And a lot of us creators out here, um, I don't typically speak for people, but I know when I say what I'm gonna say that I'm on point with this. Okay. Um, Miss Duchess in here, for instance, she, if you've watched even one of her shows, guys, you want to talk about soul? Absolute. Okay. This amazing lady has her whole soul into finding these children when they go missing, and people, not just children, but people. Okay. So please, when some of us, I think there's some people that come out here to do this, and there's nothing wrong with it, to as a job, just nothing but a job, and it is an income for a lot of us, and it does help. It's not the prime reason why we do this, though. There's a lot of us out here that have our hearts sitting out here on the desk in front of us for these situations. As you all know, this case specifically, Sebastian's case, hit me so hard because I have a child here that is a twin to him almost. Okay. And I didn't expect it to, guys. I didn't expect it to when I got into this. I just thought, okay, we have another missing child. We need to do something. We need to make something happen. And then the next day came. I can't let go of this, folks. I cannot let go of this. I feel like this is my personal situation. And I feel that way with a lot of these cases. I've learned over the past year, I'm an empath. I never knew. Um, so that's why I do this, because even if there's nothing I can be there to do, I can't physically do this or do that. I'd like to be able to snap my fingers and poof, he's home. They're home. It doesn't work that way. Um, so in my mind, I'm doing the best that I can do to make this stuff happen. Welcome, Cluminati. Good to see you. I hope you're enjoying your vacay and being safe out there in them woods. Stay away from them bars. Don't let them bars get you out there in that hot tub. Um, 12 gauge says, I just finished a live and totally agree. I appreciate that, sir. Very much so. Cynthia Bennett, welcome. Good to have you. Good to see you. Um, Sunshine, thank you for covering Sebastian Bennett. And that's the thing, is it doesn't leave my mind. Just as much as back when I was covering Summer Wells. It didn't stop, guys. Kylie Rodney, I could not let go of it. It just, these things get in your head and they don't go away. Okay. um, Good to hear. Just be safe out there. Enjoy yourselves. You guys deserve it. So Miss Carolyn Miller, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. So that's what it's all about, you guys. And I know that there's, the title tonight, let's talk about possibilities. That's not going to bring him home. Us talking about that. I know that. Okay. But at the same time, it'll give some of us, because I know this bugs some of us, guys. I know it does me. It'll give some of us a way to shut it down in our mind a little bit, possibly. Possibly. If we can come up with some ideas as to what happened, and maybe we hit something. Who knows? Maybe we hit on something that we just didn't get before. It could be one person that hears one thing that says, wait, what did you just say? Wait a minute. And boom, it could make a difference, guys. We don't know. Okay. We don't know. The point is until that child comes home, I can't stop talking about this. Can't stop thinking about this. So that's what we're doing. And that's why I'm here. Um, you know what I mean? So I'm just saying, I can't let it go. So we're gonna talk about it. And of course, there's some other things going on. Yeah, I went into a full blown panic attack today, guys. No lie. No lie. I ended my show from earlier today, and I was sitting here and I was going through different things because that's what I do, keep up on what's going on. Um, 100% Clue. I agree with you on that. But I seen somebody had posted Jennifer Soto arrested. What? And I was like, I just went into my Discord and said, we're going back in because I expected there to be something. Well, I went and looked beforehand, thank God. And it wasn't. It was somebody else by that same name, I guess, that got arrested, threw it out there. I guess Bullhorn Betty picked it up. She went live with it, blah, 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 so on and so forth. It's just, this is what happens, guys, because we want these answers so bad, and we just can't let it go. And that's what we just constantly looking for it, constantly trying to talk about it, constantly trying to make something happen. So I don't know. Welcome, Golf. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here again. Agreed, Cynthia Bennett. Yes. Rest in peace, O'Reilly. Again, guys, I'll throw that out there again because that shouldn't have ended that way. It shouldn't have. I'm glad that the family for Riley has some sort of closure, but it's not right. It could have been prevented. What's going on, AG? Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys. If you will, please make sure you're hitting that like button on the way in the door so we can get this out in the algorithm. By the way, Clue, what are you doing in here? You're supposed to be on vacay. You're supposed to let this stuff go for a few days while you guys are vacationing. See? I told you guys, we can't let it go. I do the same thing. I could be sitting in the Ritz-Carlton somewhere enjoying a vacation, and I guarantee you, if I've seen somebody that I follow go live, boom, I'm right there. Especially while covering these cases. That's just how it works, folks. See? They watched it. They almost left to go search. That's just what it is. It is. It's the passion, folks. The passion, the passion. Yes, tell Beyonce I said hey, and I hope he's enjoying it himself. I agree with you, Bonnie. And every time there's a new interview, it just gets a little bit more interesting to me. So that's my opinion. Now, as we do this, guys, everybody's welcome to have their opinions and their theories. Yes. Seth is looking, so I'm not turning my head off to him either. We left part. Nobody's off the table at this point. Nobody's cleared. And that's how I feel until that child comes home. That's how I feel too. So 100%. And like I said, we got flyers going everywhere, guys. I got people dropping flyers in Alabama, Kentucky, the southern tip of Tennessee, Ohio, the Carolinas, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Like I said, we don't know where he could be at this point. So it doesn't, it's paper. It's not going to hurt nothing. Okay. We're not wasting nothing. And it's never a waste of time as far as I'm concerned. So we're dropping flyers every which way. Duchess, and she's putting up these billboards. That's amazing. And it's important. It is important. That's awesome. That is so very awesome. Thank you for doing that as well, Clue. I don't even know where, I can't remember where you said you guys were, but it's definitely woods. I know that much. Awesome. That's great to know. Thank you, Brandy. Appreciate it. Miss Gray Pearl's in the house. Welcome back, Gray. Good to see you. I see you got quite a few people. Speaking of which, make sure, guys, because today people were gifting memberships. We got a lot of green in here. We got to keep it green in support of Sebastian, guys. That's how I'm looking at it. We were talking about Sebastian Rogers, Becca. We're now in the literal middle of nowhere in Virginia. Awesome. 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 I saw the one video when you went live just to test it out when you were in the hot tub. The woods, I mean, it looks beautiful there with that river and all that stuff and the hillside and all that. It was gorgeous, gorgeous. I'm jealous. Super jealous. I'd love to be there. I hope you guys are enjoying it, though, honestly. Yes. Yes, Georgia, I did. I cut into that. There's not much on it, but I cut into it, and we'll probably talk about it some more tonight. 100% for sure. Oh, I bet I would. I bet I would. Listen, my family owns property down in Alton, West Virginia, down in a holler at the bottom of a base of a mountain. Okay. You want to talk about black darkness, folks? It's dark. Alton, West Virginia is down below Buchanan. I've been in some dark areas dark hollers down there. So it is so dark that the stars don't even want to turn on. That's how I'm telling you. So, again, guys, make sure that you guys have your gifting turned on so you can receive membership if they go out. Um, Gray says there is a local boy with autism who disappeared for 20 days and was okay. 100%. There are happy endings to these guys. Happy endings happen, and they can happen here too. Oh yeah, that's awesome, isn't it? Sounds like a baby screaming when bobcats scream. They're horrific. We had that happen here where I live, guys. It is some scary stuff. First time I heard it, I almost moved out the next day. Straight up, I'll be honest with you. Good to hear, Bobby. So you're out there. You can see what's going on out in that area. Hold on a moment, folks. Welcome, Salty. Thank you for joining us. I'm outside right now, surrounded by state forest. It's black. We had a boy go missing with autism. Oh my goodness gracious. And he survived it. See, there are happy endings, you guys, and we got to think that way. Welcome, Daniela Kiriakou. Thank you for joining us. Yes, they do. But we found that this was a bobcat because it was really, and then we saw the thing. So that was the problem. 3 months, Cindy Curve has been a member. That's so very awesome. Thank you for that, Cindy. We appreciate you very much and love having you in this community. Here. Come on in, guys. Get yourself comfortable, please, if you will. There's some things to talk about with this also that has happened that I've seen. I know, Clue. I hate to say it like that, but I agree. It's been a month. And unless somebody has him, then it's that pit in your stomach feeling. And I've been trying to avoid it in a bad, bad way. But I got to be real with myself, okay? Just as much as we all do. We got to think realistically. And that's the hard part with this. It's very hard. I had my gut feeling and my feelings about that with Riley almost immediately. Do you know what I'm saying? So it was like, damn, I know how this is going to turn out, unfortunately. And of course, it did. And I kind of felt like I knew that he was in that water from the moment that I first started watching that case. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Um, I hate cold cases, you guys. I hate cold cases in a bad, bad way. So bad. Not fair. They don't need to be. Just doesn't need to be. I have a pet baby bobcat. Oh wow, Janet. I hope that they stays calm enough to be able to keep in the household because once they get bigger, I heard they can turn. Animals like that. All right, guys. I'm throwing out 5 new memberships to you guys. Again, a little giving back if I can. Janet Riff has been gifted a new membership. Strutter 614, 12 gauge Phillips, Michelle Weddle, and Reba. So welcome back for those of you that were already here, and welcome to the sauce for those of you that weren't. We got some new meatballs, folks. Welcome, welcome. It's great to have you all here with us, and I appreciate you all very much. Yes, yes, yes. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. And this is what tonight's based on. Let me throw this in here real quick. Boom. Drop the link there. And then I'm going to pin it up here so I can get to it. All right. And like I said, we're going to talk about this tonight, guys. We're going to talk about possibilities and things that we have seen and heard and what that means to us and how we can put that together. They've said that here too, Salty. That's funny. If you hear a baby crying in the woods, don't go looking because it ain't a baby. Or at least it ain't a baby human. But yeah, we've heard that here too. It's hilarious to hear that. Tomboy, welcome. What's happening? Good to have you here. Miss Daniela became a new member. That's awesome. Welcome to the sauce with us. We appreciate you very much as we gather together in here and float around in the sauce and spill it, guys. We're spilling some sauce. You hear about people spilling tea, but we're spilling some sauce. Welcome, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you very much. Welcome, Vicky. Good to have you here. So, how are you tonight, Miss Creative? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just finishing up some stuff.
More creativeness.
Yeah, I did a stitch. It's my second round of the stitch. I went to take the cup off the turner and his ears broke.
Oh crap! Sorry to hear that. 12 gauge says, "Hey Dago, this sauce have mushrooms? I mean, if you want it to, I guess it can, sir." That's a good one. I like that though. We're gonna look at some of the stuff with Sebastian that's updated, that's new. As we're up here. That was funny though. I like that. So this came to me earlier. Hold on a minute here. Let me find it again. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
I hate this stupid camera. I'll figure it out eventually.
So my understanding is, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with. Oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool. That's awesome. I love that. You do your rant, Salty. I get it. I think it's ridiculous that there's no cameras in Delphi. That's another story that it tells by itself. Blows my mind. But my understanding, as far as Sebastian goes, the Cajun Navy is wanting to help out in that scenario, and they were trying to get through to them, to the family. Now I understand at this point, it's I got sent a screenshot, says the family has made contact. Let's all hope and pray that this next step will give answers into Sebastian's whereabouts. And I pray to God that let's see who put this out. Angela Henderson. This was, I can't remember where, Renee Lawson. That I need everyone to blast this immediately. Seth or a family member must contact. I spoke with someone at the Cajun Navy Search and Rescue. They have been trying to contact the family to get approval to assist in finding Sebastian. They said that they want to help contact them instantly, ASAP. So that would be amazing. Here's the thing. Because we were told in the beginning that Sebastian was attracted to water, and I've been scared to death of that, to be honest with you. It's not something I like talking about because it just scares me when I think about it. But I got to be realistic, folks, because it's very possible. Okay, so that is something that I can see Seth being okay with, me personally. But yeah, okay, yeah, Clue just said it. I don't think she would either. And I don't know if it's because of her or if it's because of Chris. I don't know. I just don't think they'd be okay with that. I don't know why. Oh yeah, there's no cameras in Delphi, Clue. I don't know if you remember, I spoke about it a while back, but they got rid of that stuff, which is, sorry for the language, but bullshit. Salty says, I'm not surprised about the camera decision. It's completely ridiculous. Gall wouldn't even release transcript. I know. I don't get this. This is what I don't get at all. I'll ride around and look for Seth to tell him, or we could just email JLR. He's out there with him, or he was okay. Well, somebody needs to get. I think if he approves, if one of the parents approves, I think that's all that matters. Am I right or wrong, guys? Because if we can get them on this, they're good. Okay. No, I get what you're saying, Clue. I get it. A lot of people are saying the same thing. I don't know. What do you think, Tomboy? Since you're sitting up here, what are your thoughts on this right now, and how you're feeling about what you've seen and heard so far?
I totally. My thing, I actually think he may be hidden.
Somebody else has brought that up to me too. And you mean like one of the parents took him and hid him so that the other can't find him?
Yeah.
That's what was brought to my attention. That's what was said to me. It's been said to me by a few people that they believe that one of the parents, because he was supposed to be going to stay with Seth, took him and either handed him off to another family member or did something else with him. So, I didn't know what to say to that. Thank you.
Not that it's unheard of.
No, it's happened before, guys. I've seen it happen. And there was a comment that Seth made that stuck in my head pretty good. When he went out to that, I think I always pronounce it wrong, but Natchez Park, I think it's pronounced. He said, there's no cameras there, and you never know. This could be where somebody dropped him off. That just flipped a switch for me for something. Like, what do you mean? Somebody, like, it's almost as if he has a feeling about something, but he can't say it. You know what I mean? So Victoria says Dago Seth was supposed to get him sooner, and he said that, and also it didn't work. Okay, see, and that's a thing. That's a thing. Thank you, Victoria. That is a thing for sure. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I have a lot of questions at this point, a lot of opinions at this point that are just becoming more and more. Let me see here real quick as well. I dropped off, yeah. And I wonder if it was did he mean dropped off to leave there, dropped off to meet somebody there, to hook up, to take to another place? Because my understanding was, because I asked a few people, what's the significance of that? Welcome back, Cassie. Of that place. Well, it's halfway between where they live and Memphis, I believe. So this is an update on it through media from 2 hours ago. I'll let you guys check this out. I try to keep all the updates that come through as often as there are, to show you guys.
As the search for Riley Strain ends, another family in Sumner County is still left without answers.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers has been missing for almost 5 weeks. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry spoke with community members about the call for more resources and outside support.
Salty, as far as I understand, Chris said that their house was searched 3 times. We've never heard it from law enforcement. We heard it from Chris. So That's all I can tell you on that one, Salty. I just don't know. That's a good point, though. Good point. I know what you're saying. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna go ahead with this again.
Caitlin.
The Sumner County community is still asking where Sebastian Roger is as the search for missing college student Riley Strain ends. But residents in the area tell me they have not forgotten him. Prayer vigils are held for the teen almost every week. Drivers in the area drive by posters along the street and flyers greet them at every door or window. Even organized search parties by concerned community members and Sebastian's biological dad remain constant. But many residents in the area say it's time to ramp up the search efforts again. And Sumner County Commissioner Don Schmidt says Sebastian's story needs to be told in every city and state. A TikToker with 92,000 followers took to social media calling for the help of the United Cajun Navy currently in Nashville. She tells me she watched them search for Strain and believes they could help find Sebastian Rogers.
I was like, hey, don't leave. Over here. You know what I mean? Like the flag.
I think we need to really expand the news coverage. The local news are doing a great job, but I think we get this nationwide that other people in other states are seeing this because honestly, people's worst fears are really starting to ramp up now.
I'll be honest with you, Salty. I doubt it because it wasn't searched as a crime scene. I think it was searched as we're trying to find a child search. Okay. I don't think it was looked at as a crime scene, and I don't think it's been treated as a crime scene at this point. So, no, I don't believe it has been looked that way. And that's a good question. It's a good point too. So,
in a statement from Sebastian's mother, Katie Proudfoot, she said, quote, "We pray that everyone continues to help search and pray that we find him and bring him home safe. The pain of our son's absence is beyond words." If you know anything, call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office at the number on your screen or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Bob and Haley?
and that's the thing. Chris has gone back to work. So the home was searched as a missing persons search 3 times. That's what we were told. And again, I'm not putting blame per se on anything. All I'm stating is that if there was any involvement, it's gone. I mean, if that was a crime scene, it's not now. It's completely screwed up now. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I don't know at this point, guys. Over 10 times. Well, that should say he's not there, but I can't get out of my head how this child left this home, how he's not been seen leaving the home, why he wasn't seen leaving the home. And something's wrong. Something is not matching up. The math, people keep saying the math's not mathing. Chris went back to work. Hey, Evie, welcome good to see you tonight. Chris went back to work this past week, my understanding was, because the last interview he did with Smiley, he was at work and his radio kept going off for his job site where he was. Yeah, the math definitely isn't mathing. Go ahead, Tomboy. What's up?
Was the FBI ever on this case?
I believe they are. I think so. Don't quote me until I can clarify.
I tried to look up and see, and I couldn't see any. I couldn't find anything.
I could be wrong, but I know there's multiple law enforcement agencies that are connected with this now. I don't know. I know TBI is involved. You know what? They may not be.
I mean, they could have had the Cajun Navy, Texas Equisearch. They're both in Tennessee right now.
Yeah. Well, I know TBI's on this 100%. They're the lead on this. Sumner County is involved. I want to say that the local PD might be involved too, but I don't. Yeah, it's not, the FBI isn't. So yeah, that's true. I keep thinking. I'm getting these couple of these cases confused in my head with how many law enforcement agencies are involved. This clue says there's 2 registered offenders in the area, but one specifically with an affection to children. Right? Yeah, that's that one that we had talked about before.
Yeah, I don't think Chris is in Memphis either. I think he's like doing it from home.
Right.
Or at another site. One of the two. I tried to catch it yesterday.
JLR was at Chris's work site, was closed. Oh, okay. See, I'm not going to say anything. I don't understand. There, is that Miss Crystal? Hello. I didn't expect to see you. I hope your babies are feeling better, and I hope you're doing well tonight, ma'am. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, Secret Service is there to do the phone data, all that kind of stuff. That's what they're good at.
Working on cleaning up, and they have the best when it comes to that type of stuff, any kind of data and footage and stuff like that. So, Skinny, what's going on? Good to see you. Let's see here. Just backtracking in chat real quick, guys. Let's see here. One moment here. Come on now. Well, I hope that the Cajun Navy are able to get in and do something that's going to help make a difference. I really do. But again, I'm afraid for them to get involved because I'm afraid of what could happen. So I don't know. So again, guys, like I said, I definitely personally at this point feel like something is not. In the beginning, I sat and said, I'm going to wait and see what comes out. But the more interviews that I see, my mind is just, it's hard to say there's not knowledge of something. I'm not saying that there's an involvement at this point. All I'm saying is that there's something about maybe actions that are making me say, hey, what's going on with this? That's just my opinion.
So if it has been confirmed that it's either a niece or nephew came home from the restaurant with her.
I heard it was a nephew that was at the blah, 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 blah. See, there's so many stories with this. I wish I could get a clarified story before I were 100% to where I could speak on that and be comfortable with it.
Well, let's just say that one of them, boy or girl, came home with them from the restaurant. Where's this other child? Because they've never mentioned one.
Well, how old is this child? That's the thing.
See, I heard it was the nephew, and I heard he was like 18 or 19.
Okay, see, Sherry's saying niece, and it was on Saturday. So this is what happens. This is why it bugs me, because we can't ever get anything clear and clarified 100%. That's my understanding as well, Clue, that they're in the works. They made contact and things are moving along. So I'm hoping that is, good. And I hope that's true. Oh, guys. Welcome, Mama Clue. Good to see you tonight, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Do you guys think that, hey, Gianna, thank you for joining us. Kim, thank you for joining us as well. Do you think that the Cotton Eye Joe, do you think that the niece has a bearing on any of this? Like, honestly, do you think that there's any kind of a connection to that situation, making that happen with anything here? That's my question. I think that's to any of you guys. Do you think that's pertinent? You know what I mean?
Well, if there's still this thing of an unknown vehicle in the area.
That's the one thing that made sense to me, was this unknown vehicle, but as to who and why, okay, you know, we don't know about that. So, hold on a minute here. Lou, Alex, and welcome. Good to have you. Good to see you. Oh, I guess JLR got it then, huh? Well, let's see here.
Jonathan Lee Riches in.
Let's see how this goes. This is JLR talking with Seth now. I didn't know he actually got that interview, so okay.
Yeah, at the park today.
All right, let's review this. Now, this is the park that I was talking about, you guys. This park is interesting to me. The conversation, you're all shook up, true crime. Gotcha. What's that? Just Katie has certainly cried to me, but that's my personal experience. Right. All right, so let's review this interview then, because I try to watch every interview that they put out to see, and on both sides, to see what I can take from that and what is said and how they feel about things. So this park here, when Seth made the statement that he made about this park, it just that statement caught my attention, is all I'm saying. So let's see what we got going here. If you guys have any issues with the audio, please let me know.
Investigates. I am at the Natchez Trace State Park, Tennessee. In front of me here, I have Seth Rogers, the father of missing 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Sebastian, 15 years old, has been missing since February. He's been reported missing since February 26, 2024. He has still not been found. It's been over 3 weeks now. I have Seth here in the center in front of me, the father of Sebastian. On the left, I have Jaden, a volunteer, and on the right, I have Mr. Jones. And we're out in the park today. Seth, how are you? How's everything going?
Tired.
We're here at the park here. What's going on at the park here?
I'm hoping that somebody listened to me and I told them drop my son off. There's not a lot of cameras there, and it gets a lot of traffic. So I figured I'd drive here and do some searching.
Yeah, and I've been out here all day with you. You've been searching. What have you been searching here? Share.
Everything. I mean, any type of back road, whatnot. I've been through the fire tower. We went through there. We've been down by the lake. We've been through all the campgrounds. We've gone through almost every one of the lodges. We went through the shop that doesn't open till spring. We've been through every abandoned building we come across. Everything. Just trying to find him.
So this location here is between Memphis and Hendersonville. Sebastian was reported missing at his around his step-parents' home in Hendersonville. Why here, though?
Well, that one child, he was autistic. In 13 days, he walked 200 miles. 13 days. What's that about? We're twice that now. So it could be 400 miles from here.
Nothing can be ruled out.
I gotta find him. I'll do whatever it takes to get him. And bring him back.
You actually took off work?
Still off of work. I haven't come back.
Do you plan to be back out here? Do you plan to do more searches?
I'm coming back tomorrow. I'm coming back Saturday. Until I've been through this whole park.
And you got some volunteers with you. We have Mr. Jones and we have Jaden. Talk to Jaden first. Jaden, what's going on?
Just trying to find them. Trying to find them.
Remember the BCSO family. Thank you, brother.
Mr. Jones, you guys work together?
I wish I could. I'd go there right now. Honest to God, I would.
I've been friends with him. We went to the academy together. And, I've always told him that if he ever needed anything, he can call me. And when this first started, when it first kicked off, he called me, and ever since this been going on, I've got his support. I got his back. Whatever he needs, man. Whether it be a meal, whether it be me to go out and hand out flyers with him, I got him.
You've done that with me too.
Yes, sir.
Franklin and
Bellevue?
Bellevue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll keep on doing it. Anytime you need me, man. I'll be here.
Go get this in.
Seth,
I agree, Salty.
what have you been going through each day since this happened?
Day really hasn't ended. The day started. It really has started Sunday when I went to work. And when I got off of work, it just hasn't ended. There is no the next day. I catch a nap. And I just keep going. He's somewhere. I gotta find him.
You have an army of people, both in person and online, that are praying that Sebastian is found alive or praying for a resolution. You have a lot of people out there, and I personally see it, supporting you and trying to get answers.
I appreciate everybody. I really do. Keep your heads up, your eyes open. Please pass out flyers. Everybody. One person, 5 people. 5 people. Each do 5 people. I mean, and we can get this from coast to coast.
Keep his name out there. Keep his name out there. Keep his face out there.
Absolutely.
As long as we continue to look, there's always hope.
If you see something, don't question it.
Just call 911. Call 911. Call 1-800-TVI-FIND.
It doesn't matter if you're in California or if you're here in Tennessee, Florida, Ohio. It doesn't matter.
That's what I've been saying every day, guys. Does not matter where you're at.
You want more volunteers to come out and help, or are they willing?
It'd be wonderful. The more people, the faster we can cover this.
If anybody is near this, guys, if anybody is even remotely near this that you can go, please go. I can't, or I'd have been gone already. I just can't because of my situation here. This man needs to find this child. We need to find this child. He needs to go home. End of story. This is so hard.
Is there a way people can get a hold of you in reference to communication about setting up searches, or where if people want to know where to go, where can they go?
Facebook page.
And
that's your best route. Because I'm not on social media. I don't have social media, but people over there reach out to me.
Facebook page that would most likely directly get to Seth. It's 2 exclamation marks, finding Sebastian Rogers, 2 exclamation marks. That's the easiest way to get information to Seth. Is through that Facebook page.
Where else do you plan on searching?
All the way to Jackson,
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Like parks, side of the roads.
Everywhere on the side of 40. I mean,
any route from anywhere to Memphis. We're gonna keep searching.
You know, when I left Clarksville and headed this way, I was searching all the way down here. Everywhere I go. You know, you're on your way to work. Look for it. You might see him. Call in.
Print out flyers, put them to any restaurant, business, grocery store, anywhere you go. Ask if you can put up a flyer. Just need to keep his face out there.
That right there is the Facebook account, guys. I'm even going to pull it up here in a minute. That's how you spell it. That's what it is. Go to it, follow it. If you want to get in touch with Seth or give anything to him, see if you can do it through that way. Sorry about the echo, guys.
Hand out a flyer to anybody that'll take it, everybody that'll take it. Keep handing them out until we find you.
We are supporting you. We appreciate everything and praying for a resolution. Thank you for volunteers. Thank you. And
I appreciate it for keeping his face out there.
We'll definitely do that on JLR Investigates. Appreciate it. I'm going to show the viewers the search, what you've been doing throughout the day. Hopefully people can come out and help and make a difference. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know what? I agree. JLR has been irritating to a lot of people, but he gets to the points of he does the stuff. He goes and he puts it out there, guys. So I got to give him credit when it comes to that. Again, that's why I'm putting this footage out now. I would, it shows what's going on. It helps us to see what we can do, what is being done, and what needs to be done in that sense. So I appreciate the fact that he did this. I really do. Seema Turner, welcome. Good to see you. And that's what I'm saying. At least he gets it done. 100%. You know what I mean? He goes and does this, period. And he was very respectful to this in this interview with Seth and has been thus far. And I appreciate and respect that very much. Oh, absolutely, guys. Absolutely. Welcome, Josie.
Sebastian! Anything in there, Jake?
I will say one thing, you guys, that I've noticed with JLR, that he's a pretty good judge of character with people. Most of the time I've seen him interview people, he's been right with the most part, for the most part, with people. I do have to say that. That's a huge point. Clue's right. If he wasn't involved in law enforcement, this wouldn't be like this. I appreciate. Absolutely agree with.
You look in here though, right? Locked. Yeah, I looked from the other side. I didn't see it. So, all right.
He's gonna be here through the weekend, guys. So if anybody is in this even remotely close to this, and you have nothing to do, please just show up. They're not gonna care.
If Clue and Cletus weren't on vacation, they'd be there.
100%. They already said that. They almost left their vacation to go do this after watching this. So, and like I said, guys, if I could be there, I'd be there. That's pretty much it, too, Stenny. Agreed, CL. Agreed. Thank you, Lou. I appreciate that very much. That's awesome, Lou. I appreciate that. I know they will too, very much.
Anyone in here?
Yeah, for me to get there, guys, would be about a 9 to 10 hour drive from where I'm at. That's a good idea, AG. That would definitely draw him out if he's up in that park. It's a huge park, by the way, you guys. I don't know if you guys realize this. This park is monstrous. I mean, it covers all of this. It goes into Mississippi. It's huge. It's just huge, period. So it could take a week to go through this place. That's a good point too, Clue. I agree.
only about 11 hours for me.
Yeah, I looked at it. It's a 9-hour drive, 9.5-hour drive for me. I mean, it's like when we head down to Alabama. Now, I was getting ready to talk to my wife's family. This is I believe it's about 4 hours from them, and they're already doing flyers down where they're at. So I may see who's free and who's not. She's got a lot of family down there, and her cousin, 2 of her cousins are in Tennessee, so I might be able to get them to go out with this too, depending on what their plans are. That's kind of what my thought was too, Clue, when he said what he said. I don't want to think of it like that, but
We'll drive around. That looks like somebody's house, and I'd rather pull up on the front. Yeah. Yeah, but I'll be doing this stuff. If it's supposed to be somebody's house. You don't see anything in there, do you? No. Can't open the door because it's all fucking dirty.
that's what I don't understand, Robert. Not like this. I just don't understand it.
For me, it ain't gonna open for Sebastian. Here's the one with Sebastian.
That would be a dream come true, Sir Senny. Honest to God, it would be. I agree, Cat Lady, and that's why I don't think he did. I honestly, at this point, you guys, I don't think he left on his own. I don't think he walked out of that house and went anywhere at all by himself. I don't, and I haven't for quite a while. Okay, I don't think at all that that's what happened. I think it was something completely different, you guys. That's my opinion, and I'll go into it here a little later. There's a few things that we have learned, you guys, that have given me the ideas that I have about this personally.
We need to get to that one right there. Hey, this one's over here already.
Exactly. 100%. I agree with that too.
Because I don't know if any of these are residence buildings or whatnot. Beaton? Yeah. Welcome to Tennessee. Mother Nature don't care.
Sebastian! Yeah, there has been a pretty good size search, Salty. Pretty decent size.
Door locked.
No, I agree with that. I think he was walked out by somebody or told to if he did. I don't think he walked out on his own volition, though.
I didn't see anything in there.
I think they walked to that construction site.
Say that again.
I think they walked to that construction site.
Well, you know, I've had my thoughts about that construction site. Now there's statements that I've seen and heard that was a false positive on that construction site scenario. I don't know. But again, with that whole thing, yeah, somebody just said it. No cameras picked up anything with that, and that's what weirded me out. And I said this from the beginning. Cluminati said from the beginning that there's no cameras in that area caught him because it doesn't make sense. Okay. And in the beginning, when I watched that bloodhound they had out there by the road, we know that the garbage was taken out, so on and so forth, whatever. Something's off, guys, period. Just something is off. And I said then, did he get into a vehicle and leave in a vehicle from the garage? Was he carried out and put into a car in the middle of the night? You know what I'm saying? I can't make any sense out of this. And I am not saying who, I'm just saying, did that happen? Ends aren't meeting for these things to be what they are, if that makes any sense, guys.
Well, but bloodhounds can find scent, up to a week.
100%.
So for them to stop, and they can also catch scent of it from a moving vehicle. So
right.
Where did his scent go?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Clue says after talking to Seth, excuse me, I know why and how. What's up with that, Clue? I mean,
why and how? What?
That the cameras didn't catch him.
Clue, you cannot just say that and just go back to bed.
Right. That's a good point. Good point. Curiosity.
What?
It's possible with the path taken. That's all I'm going to say. The weird part is the scent just stopped it. Yeah, 100%. Now, here's the thing. If somebody knew this area, somebody knew this construction site, somebody has traveled to this construction site and back multiple times, gone by it, knows which ways to go, scans out the area, looks at the cameras that are around, knows how to get around everything. Bingo. Absolute. 100%. That does make sense, Clue. I see what you're saying. And that's true too, Salty. The timeline could be completely off from what we know. We don't know. But that welcome, Joseph Rapp. The fact that the scent stops there, that's when I started to think, did he walk to the construction site and get picked up in a vehicle? Or how did this work? Okay. Was he driven to, because the scent is picked up at the site and then stops at the site. It doesn't lead to the site. You know what I mean? That's the problem with this. I don't know. Something is off with this. For that part of it is really off. And that's what I had asked. That was one of the questions. He never walked to that site per se that we know of. He didn't. Remember that I'm saying he didn't himself.
Should probably be able to see all.
Which photos? You talking about Sebastian's photos, Clue, or one of the others?
Normally it's an open floor plan.
Oh yeah, I got you. Especially living in Tennessee.
You know what else bothered me that they said yesterday on the interview thing? Or that Seth said, it's every time that he was at his dad's, they had to video chat him. Why?
I've stated this before. Helicopter parenting.
You afraid he's gonna say something to dad?
Mm-hmm.
So you got to keep him on the phone all the time?
That possibly control for sure. Checking to make sure that he's there. People worry about these things. I'm not saying that this is what it is, but I'll tell you something. I'll tell you a real quick little story here. Okay. When I was married, after I got divorced from the creature, and I went through my whole custody thing, I ended up with full custody of my kids, but they had visitation with their mother. It made me nervous. She wasn't happy about that situation. She made threats, at different times. So when my kids would go to visit her, I would call my kids. I mean, I would have done it anyway, but I called them regularly because I wanted to make sure she didn't try to act on one of the threats she made and take off to Florida or somewhere else, because she threatened me with that a couple different times. And so I would call them. What's going on? What's happening? Where you guys at? They didn't know. They were young. And everything good, everything okay, because I didn't trust the situation. I was worried. But legally, I had to allow for that to happen, and it was like I dreaded every other weekend coming. Friday that morning, I'd wake up and I'd go into paranoid mode immediately, go to work, come home, the kids would leave, and I would be nuts the entire weekend until Sunday night hit, and they would come home, and I was just a damn mess. They'd come home, I could breathe again for that week or those 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Because I was petrified that she would do that. Something is off with that with this in that sense. That could very well be. Good Lord have mercy. Thank you so very much, Draw. Good God. Sharing my blessings with Dago and appreciation for your dedication to the lost children, for building this loving chat. Thank you so very much, Draw.
You're going to make his eyes leak. You're muted.
Thank you, Draw. Very much. That means so much to me. It really does. Lord have mercy. Thank you. And I appreciate that you see that I care about this. Thank you. You're such an amazing, amazing person, Draw. I really do appreciate you. Good Lord, that's amazing. Yes, she is absolutely, and she's a wonderful part of this community, and an asset to this community. I've always had nothing but respect for that. I'd love to talk to you, Draw, and then there is a link pinned if you're interested in jumping up here. I'd love to get your take on what you think about this scenario after watching the interviews we've talked about and seen. So, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. You're with your psychology background and all that kind of stuff. I'd love to hear that. By the way, for those of you that don't understand, Draw is an MD as well as a psychiatrist. So that was just amazing. Thank you so very much for that. Oy. But yeah, I got you, Clue. I understand, and I don't want you to throw too much out there, but I have some questions. I really do. Yes, she does 100% support all of these communities. She always has. I agreed. This community is amazing, absolutely, and it's multiple communities that are put together in here. So I appreciate all of you that are here. So again, I don't know, guys. Something is off, and we're gonna watch some more of this, and I want to talk about that a little bit more. And anybody else that would like to come up here, please feel free. That's what it's up here for tonight. That's what we're doing.
I'm gonna hop down. My thing is froze. If y'all could still hear.
What's the matter?
It's froze.
Oh. Is it me or is it you?
It's me.
Oh, okay. You're welcome to jump back up if you need to. And that goes for anybody. Now my mind is in overdrive. Something is 100% off with now in my. You're right. That's what I'm saying, Clue. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm doing here tonight, guys. We're talking about this stuff because we as a community have put these things together and can put these things together. Okay. So, the story that I was telling you that I just told you about my situation was for a reason. If Seth is worried about certain situations, that could be why. Or I'm sorry, not Seth. If they were worried about things, knowing that he was supposed to, from my understanding, Sebastian was supposed to actually go to him sooner than the summer, and it didn't work out. So there's a reason for that. Okay. I don't know, guys. Something's not right. Definitely not right with what we've seen and heard in this at this point. Thank you again, Draw, so very much. God bless. You're such a beautiful soul, and I really appreciate you, as does most everybody in this community. We know about the one dog, but that story seems to keep changing and saying it was a false alarm or something. Bingo. It's obviously being done for a reason. So I'm just gonna shut my it's okay, Clue. I get it. It's hard to not speak on the things that we see and feel. It really is. All right, let's keep going with this. Now I'm overthinking things now too.
So what they're doing is
No problem, Cass. We'll be here.
These old abandoned and old buildings. Some of them are locked. They're just checking. They're checking the crawl space. They're just looking around for any where to find Sebastian. That's Sebastian's father, Seth, biological father. He's also talking to people in the area. They got flyer, sometimes handing out flyers to certain people. I've seen him do it up at the McDonald's near here, bringing awareness. This is what a father is doing to try to find answers for what happened to his.
Oh, shoot. Hold on a minute, guys. Paula, if you can hear me, that was an accident. I was trying to click on something else and I bumped that. So let me fix that. Hold on a minute. Good Lord. It's okay, Draw. Thank you very much. Please get some sleep. Please know how appreciated you are. I appreciate you so very much. Hold on, folks. I got to fix this real quick. I'm so sorry about that, Paula, if you can hear me. Hold on. Bear with me, everybody. All right, where is it? Where is it? Hold up. One moment. One moment. One moment. I'm such a butthead. Sorry about that. And sorry about delaying this, guys. I actually bumped something and blocked somebody, and I didn't mean to. I'm fixing it right now, though. Hold on. Good God. Again, Paula, if you can hear me, my deepest apologies. I did not mean to do that. Sometimes these settings are so touchy, and I was trying to click on something else to open it up, and I bumped that instead. My deepest apologies. I'm fixing it right now. Where's it at? Come on. Where are you, Paula? Hold on. You should be right there. Good God, come on. I'm wasting all this time. Is she back? I thought it said she was banned. Are you back in here yet, Paula? I thought I banned it, and I didn't mean to at all. That's what it read on my side of things when I clicked on it. I was trying to click, like I said, something else. Oh, I wouldn't tam out Mandy Joe. No, no, no. It was Paula. But I don't see her in there. Oh, so she's back. Okay. All right. I'm so sorry. Can I fix that? Is there a way to fix that? Damn it. Okay. Well, I hope she can hear me because I really did not mean to do that. I'm just, my hand was bumping and moving around, and I clicked the wrong thing. All right. So let me get back to this then. All right. She'll be back. Again, my apologies. Draw says, could somebody bring me up to date on where they're at Natchez State Park? Draw. Based on something that Seth had stated about, please bring my son back, bring him and drop him off somewhere where there's no cameras and blah, blah, blah. So he wanted to come here knowing that there was no cameras. Thank you, Clue. She knows it better than I do because I'm not familiar with that area as well. I'm going to go ahead and take this back on and keep going, guys. Once again, if you can hear me, Paula, I'm so sorry for that. I feel like a butthead now.
I just dropped them all.
You don't mind handing those out, or
It's halfway in between where they live and where he in that Memphis drum, from my understanding.
oh, you? Okay. I was like, I see somebody growing. I just put it out. Hey, I know it's you. I don't feel too bad.
I agree with that, AG. After what I found on his Facebook, I do agree.
I don't care, man.
Sebastian's more important than whatever the hell they're advertising.
I do not know, Danielle, for sure.
No broken glass. Anything in there? Yes, no. You know, I can find my truck right up there. It's locked. Yeah, I can match.
Why is it somewhat broken?
Oh, you got the on the other side. It looks like somebody shot it. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. More. Hold it. Right there.
Welcome back, Paula. I am so sorry about that. That was completely my fault and a complete accident. I hope you're not upset with me. I did not mean to do that. Okay, guys. So this statement here is true. I've talked to multiple law enforcement officials about this in other cases and personally didn't know. So here's how this works. Oh, I wasn't trying to time out Mandy Joe. I wasn't trying to time out anybody. He says, however, apparently LA can lie about a result if they need or want to so that's how those, and that's true. If somebody is possibly a suspect and they take a polygraph test, law enforcement can tell them that they passed when they didn't, so that they will relax. I'm not saying that's what's going on in this case. I'm telling you this is what I found out. So that they don't feel that there's any suspicion on them, and law enforcement can look at them and they're more open in that sense. So that's been told to me in multiple ways by multiple law enforcement officials. So that does happen, folks. It does. Just understand that. I'm not saying that's what's going on in this case. I'm just telling you it can happen and does happen. Period. That's just how that goes, guys. They do that a lot. Because if people think, oh, we passed I'm not saying with these guys. I'm just saying if somebody that law enforcement suspects thinks, oh, we passed the polygraph, we're in the clear, they're not even going to look at us. They will relax and they'll start to live as if they're in the clear. So that does happen, you guys, and that's why law enforcement does it, so that anybody that is a suspect, could be a suspect, feels comfortable enough to relax. Okay, so remember that.
Check the one behind you. Because if it's locked, he ain't gonna get in there anyway. Yep. Down. No. Pretty close. Get over here. Sebastian? See anything down there, Jaden? If that gate would open, I'd drive all the way down there. Nothing? I don't think there's anything back past here. Sebastian! careful, man. It looks like it might fall down if you sneeze. I don't think he's in there. I mean, you can see right through it, huh? This is. Wow. I have no idea. Look at this. It's all posted. And that's the end. The rest of it is. Oh no, after we kind of keep going. And it looks like it's better. I don't think any more. So, looking at there's cabin.
Agreed, Draw. Agreed.
See this terrain around here in between Memphis and Hendersonville? A lot of rolling hills, trees, forests. Again, old abandoned buildings and sheds and outhouses all in this area. And following volunteers, they are out. They're looking for Sebastian. JLO investigates. He's out here in the field, following along. Got our eyes open. Keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open for Sebastian. You know anything out there that could help authorities? Contact TBI, Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
That would be awesome, Carolyn.
Seth Rogers.
Awesome. Just awesome. God bless.
Got some credible information. You know something that can help find Sebastian.
Amen to that, Clue. Amen to that.
They're even going in the Tennessee Department of Agriculture.
Okay. Where do you work at?
I'm out of Dayton County, but let me see if I can get y'all somebody.
Fine, we can get you to take flags.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Hello? Hello? Where I work for, if somebody wants to like.
No worries. Thank you for joining us tonight, War Eagle. I appreciate you very much. Have a wonderful night and get some good sleep.
You'll call 911. If you can't find him, just call 911 and then call 1-800 TBI find.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye out.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go back.
It makes sense, Clue. I understand it.
Your flashlight fell out the door. Hi, how you doing today, man? My name is Seth Rogers.
Evening, Mitakuye. Good to see you tonight.
See anything down there? Why does it look weird? Huh? Why does it look weird?
Take care, Clue, hon. Have a good night. Enjoy your vacation. Thank you for jumping in. Thank you for jumping in and putting your input in. We appreciate you very much. Thank you. And have fun. Talk to you soon.
How we doing today?
One thing that has bugged me, I'm not sure of, and it could just be that I don't have the information, but I haven't seen nor heard anything about Katie's parents at all. And that kind of it ticks me a little, that's all. It makes me a little nervous is all I'm saying.
Agora put him on my Facebook too. So where did you say he was missing 1 hour and a half from here? Where is it? Northwest Nashville. Okay. Okay. We're gonna keep an eye on it. You're welcome. You too.
What the hell was that all about? Have a good night, Clue. Have an awesome night, Mama Clue. Thank you for jumping in with us tonight. I hope you have a wonderful visit with the kids and enjoy yourselves. Thank you again. Talk to you soon.
How we doing today, sir? Campground house, huh? On my album, Seth Rogers, on our for my son. That's my son.
That's so sad. I want to get in a vehicle and go there right now. I'm telling you guys, I would have been there yesterday if I could have, way before yesterday, if I could have done this. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I have tried to put this together in my head, and I'm struggling with it so bad. Yes, Medicue, that was Seth. I am curious though. Like I said, I'm very curious about about Katie's parents. Very much so. Welcome, in my opinion. Thank you for joining us tonight with this. Excuse me, guys. Let me see something here. So, as like in the title, possibilities. I want to talk about possibilities, guys. Hi, Teresa. Thank you for joining me. And this is not at all a, how can I put this? This is not stating that this is what I believe or we believe happened, but the possibilities that are out there, guys, is what I wanted to talk about with this. Welcome, upstate New York. Thank you for joining us tonight. And Julia, welcome to you. I did, Gray Pearl. I did. I believe I did, unless there's new ones, but I'm pretty sure I've seen all of them now. Let me see. No, guys. My opinions about people changed based on things that I see and hear. Hold on a minute here. Now, we've seen a couple different variations of the behavior panel break down the interviews, okay? Something about this caught my attention. I want your guys' opinions on this. Hold on here. Let's see here.
The mother who's grieving right there.
You want me to hear from you right now?
Oh gosh. That we love you so much. And we want you to come home. And you're not in trouble.
And then we see that upheaval of emotion on her. When she closes her eyes and she's rocking back and forth and talking in a real quiet volume. And then it hits her again, that horror of what's going on. And she almost loses it there. She shakes out and then she ends up putting her hand into her mouth. Now, if it had been fake, I think what would happen was she would have done that, put her hand up to her mouth at the same time, but it was just, it was not even a thought, but it came up after that. I think we almost watched her lose it.
Now, sorry about the echo. I'm not disagreeing with him. I believe he's right. I don't think that is fake. Again, this is something I asked my wife about. We sat and talked about it. We watched it a few times. We've watched these interviews so many times, you guys. It's not even funny. I don't think it's fake. But here's my question to you guys. Could that be, they may be talking about one thing, but is she thinking about something else? Is that what's making her react that way? That's the question I have about this. You see what I'm saying? Not that it's the question that they're being asked per se. It's something else in her mind, because I've told you guys, I've noticed in her interviews, and a lot of them, except for the recent one, that she kind of goes off and detaches from that situation there. And she's thinking about other things, in my opinion. She's thinking about whatever it could be. Okay. Is she thinking, it could be the fact that she's just thinking about, where's my child? It could be that she's thinking about, why did this happen? How did this happen? What happened? Okay. Or is she thinking about other things? And I don't think that she's thinking about what they're saying to her. I think she's got her mind going in other directions. So therefore, I don't think she's faking. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that I don't respect anybody that does. I don't think she's faking that. I think that it has something to do with more than what she's being asked right there. That's why I want to show you guys these little things with the behavioral specialists and stuff, because that's how I feel about these things.
I think we're really close on that. When he asked what Madeline was wearing last,
what was she wearing?
She swallowed.
Okay, let me back out of that one now. 1 second here. Hold on. I lost my place real quick. Oh, hold on, yeah. she's okay. Here's the other one now. Like I said, the behavioral panel pretty much, I don't want to say sided, but they felt that these parents were being, the mother and the stepfather were being honest, but you'll see what I'm saying by this.
Which is urgent.
Call his name.
Anybody, I would suspect, who is engaged in a crime in some way would try and put a barrier in the way of this. Like, here's why that won't work, or we've tried that. Somebody who's involved in a crime does not want the evidence to be found and will consciously or unconsciously put barriers in the way there. And look how the mother.
We're talking about Sebastian. Sorry, Upstate. I have these downloaded and I have them all loaded in because I follow the behavior panels for all the cases. So that's why that rolled into that one. So my apologies. We're talking about Sebastian.
Other then acts out the son.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look.
If there's any change in baseline, that's one of our biggest changes in baseline, as she kind of takes on that spirit of the son and performs how he would perform in that situation. If she knew that he's not alive, she wouldn't be doing that. You wouldn't perform in.
And that's the other part, guys. I'm not saying, and I don't believe that he's not alive. Okay, that's the difference. I have a theory. I'm not putting it out there. Okay, 100%, because I have a theory I've had for a while. And every time I see an interview, it just makes it stronger. I got to be honest with you guys, okay? And that's why I'm showing you guys these little things here about this and talking about these things, about possibilities of things that could have happened. In my gut, I'll be honest with you guys, and I hate saying things like this, but in my gut, when I first started covering Riley Strain's case, I felt that he was deceased immediately. I don't like saying things like that live or out loud because that's not good. It's not good for anybody if the parents were listening or watching. In this case, I've been with this case from day one. We all know that. You guys have been here with me. I have not one time felt that Sebastian is not with us anymore. Okay? And that's what I've been struggling with in a lot of ways. Because if that's the case, then where is he? If I don't think that he's not with us anymore, where is he? Well, it all folds into my theory. Okay? Which again, I'm not sharing right this moment. I think that Sebastian is alive and well. I very, very much do think that. Okay? But, there's a possibility he's not. I get that. Welcome, Leo. Good to see you. And that's why I want you guys to watch. And I'm going to show you something else too, because it folds into it in that sense too.
In that way, that's her taking on that live son in her mind.
I think that her grief is real. Okay. And I think that it's because of something that she may be a part of that she knows. Okay. And that's what I think is hard for her. I could be 1,000,001% wrong. Okay. And I'm not saying that she's a bad person per se. There's something that I feel, even every time I watch an interview, I feel stronger about it, you guys. That's all I'm saying. There was a certain nervousness. Let me show you something. I pointed this out the other day. And I've watched this interview 16 times, guys. I counted it 16 times, okay? Now, my understanding is that they were told they passed their polygraphs, right? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. They passed their polygraphs. So stay with me on this, okay? I'm not just stay with me, please. This interview in particular was very interesting to me. Very interesting. Because in my opinion, this interview, the dynamic changed with these two. Okay? Completely changed. So remember what I said about the polygraph thing, and people can be told different things if they can be told they passed. Just go with me on this though, Sherry. I know what you're saying. Okay? Just go with me. If say if they did take the polygraph, okay, and they passed it. They were told they passed it. We'll just say that. That's that. Okay? I want you to watch this. We're going to watch this one again real quick. And there's things about this that I have picked apart that just make me feel different than I do with the other interviews. And of course, the one after this, he became a lot more like out there, more defensive, more in your face, like he's tired of all the crazy stuff and all the bullshit. We've heard that. You know, I get it. I do. So I'm going to go ahead with this now.
Vanished and hasn't been seen since.
Although he doesn't like to be dirty, it's kind of funny because he also doesn't have awareness, because if you look, he's got chocolate milk on his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast. It's funny like that.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry about that. This is my understanding, New York, is that this is after that, after they were told that they passed their polygraph, so on and so forth. Okay. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to leave that muted. Anyway.
Can you recap the overall story of Sebastian's disappearance? Kind of walk through that day.
Sunday, the day before he went missing. We got up and, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. We had a good time. We were laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, you know, he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley, and then from there we went to dinner. Came home. And then from there we went to dinner. Came home.
Okay. Now, watch this again, real quick. She's telling a story as to what happened. Mind you, Chris is in Memphis when this went down. He wasn't there. He doesn't know exactly what happened, just based on what his wife has told him. So watch his reaction, what he does when she says about going to the bowling alley.
From there we went to dinner. Came home.
I'm sorry, about going to dinner, not the bowling alley. One more time. Watch him.
To the bowling alley. And then from there we went to dinner. Came home.
He wasn't there. He doesn't know, but he's saying, yeah. He had to think, yeah, that's right. That's right. Just go with that. Remember that.
He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. He's come out of his room where he was playing. And he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he went here.
What was going through your mind at that?
Now, when she says that whole thing about 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up and he wasn't here, Chris automatically goes and looks directly at Olivia twice, makes eye contact with her. Of course, Katie doesn't do that. She doesn't do that with anybody, but these are little things that I've picked apart with this they're just bugging me, but there's more that I'm going to show you in a minute.
At that point, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Like, where the F is he? I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband, and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already like, at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming, and he was like,
now for all of us that have watched all these interviews, that right there was new to us, the whole driving around in the car thing. There's little things that keep getting added into the story. Okay, the initial story has changed, but they're still sticking. They're still in the same realm. They're still talking about the same things. There's things that are added in every time there's a new interview. Okay, AG, you caught it too. There you go. As I'm telling you guys, the blink rate on this, there's a lot going on with that. Okay, a whole lot with him specifically. Right, Draw. Right. Okay. Good catch. So the blink thing, though, that's a big deal, guys. That's a big deal. Behavioral panel has talked about that. A lot of other people have that are specialists and stuff too. So just keep watching.
He three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like, our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. And I drove back to the house and
go back to the house. So she was out in the car, supposedly, when she called Chris and said that Sebastian, I can't find him. I'm just saying. Okay. So then she goes back. They're on the three-way call to law enforcement. They're on their way. Okay. Now, one more time. I want to hear that.
And he was like, three-wayed. He three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like, our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. And I drove back to the house. And 20 days later, we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful.
Now, here's my thing with that. Okay. I'm not talking about his cough. That has nothing to do with anything. They were on a three-way call. They were both there. They were both listening. Okay. They were all three. These two and 911 were on the call together.
20 days later, we haven't found him. He was like, three-wayed. He three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like, our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. And I drove back to the house. And
if he was in the call and she was in the call, why is he telling her to go back to the house? They're on their way. They both heard what was said. That doesn't make sense to me. Do you see what I'm saying? If they were all three in that call or they were both in that call with 911, that statement there makes it sound to me like Chris was talking to her after the fact, that he talked to 911 himself, that she wasn't there, and he told her, go back to the house, they're on their way, after the fact. I'm not saying that's what happened, guys. I'm saying that it just sounded, that's strange. But anyway, moving on.
20 days later, we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever like walked away before, or like has that ever happened? It's just no, first time.
He's not a child that wanders. He's not one that is.
He doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing. It's always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner. His primary areas are like.
Has that ever happened? It's just.
We don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. And I drove back to the house. And 20 days later, we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever like walked away before, or like has that ever happened? It's just no, first time.
He's not a child that wanders. He's not.
I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying and I was screaming, and he was like three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on, and he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way. And I ran back, drove back to the house, and 20 days later we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever like walked away before, or like has that ever happened? It's just no, first time.
He's not a child that wanders. He's not one that is.
He doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing. It's always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner.
Not Shirley.
Primary areas are like social and emotional dysregulation issues and things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a teenager. He's coming into his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache, but for the most part, he's a happy kid. And
what are your theories? Like, I'm sure your mind has thought of every possible thing that could have happened, but is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
What I can tell you is, with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table. Everything is being looked at from every possible aspect.
Everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to the worst. And
that's currently where we're at. I mean, it's...
Yeah. Really try not to go down that road because we're going to find him.
Speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on facts of what everybody knows, right now, there's nothing, and everything is still on the table to being looked at.
We just know he's out there somewhere.
One other question I have is, recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed 2 flashlights the night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video? Or
Sure. So There's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay. And that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what it can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not. I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from, but I can tell you, as the parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from, and nothing that is being assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately. And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI news link that they have out there, the updated Amber Alert stuff, and it will give you the most up-to-date information that all law enforcement has, and they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer. We're working on Riley's strain and trying to find like if someone missed one on a corner or something. That's
around this neighborhood, and this whole community. I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can. I mean, there's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got they got permission from that family to take a look at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present, which has been amazing. So, yeah.
That's good. If there was something that you could say to Sebastian if he was listening, what would you say?
Oh God. That if you can see this or hear this, that we just want you home, baby, and we love you. And there ain't nothing gonna stop us from coming and getting you and bringing you home.
I can't speak for his father, but I'm pretty sure we all have the same opinion that we love you, miss you, we want you home. And if you can, call us, get wherever you can, let us know, and we will come get you.
Call 911, run out into the street, go in public, anything. The signs that we've been.
Terry, they, according to what they're stating, is that they did a three-way call. He was in Memphis. She was at home. She called him and told him that he was missing, and they did a three-way call. That's what has been stated. So that's all I can tell you as far as that goes, because I don't know if it's any different than that. I don't know.
Blessed to have family, friends, and even some in the community that have been helping us, but we've been out spreading those as far as we can, even over state lines, trying to get awareness because, not everybody knows that he's missing, and there's a chance that if someone could see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get his face out there because we want him home.
Surprisingly, even locally, there are some folks that don't even know what's going on, and it's kind of like a shocker. Like, how do you not know? It is amazing because in the past couple of weeks,
It was also explained why the sheriff. I know exactly why the sheriff. That's not what I was stating. And the slipper thing, that was a comment made by Seth. So, and I mentioned that a while back that maybe he had a pair of slippers that he wore. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's very possible. I also said he could have put somebody else's shoes on and went out that door, but I don't know. You know what I mean? I do have those as well. Sebastian's father stated in his interview that at his house he had slippers he walks around in because he doesn't like to be barefoot, but wasn't sure about his mom's house. That's the comment that you guys are talking about.
You've got 2 cases. A 15-year-old boy that has vanished without a trace. You've got a 22-year-old 6'4" or 7" college kid from Missouri who has vanished without a trace. That's a huge significance here. That it's like, wow, how? So
It's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the college kid is from Missouri, I think.
Yeah, Missouri.
I can only imagine what his family is going through.
It's like your worst nightmare come alive.
Do you guys receive hate on the internet?
Yes, and it's ongoing. It's every single day. People are people, and they have their opinions. Everybody is formulating their idea of what's going on and who's guilty and who's not guilty because they want to know, or they feel they need to know.
No, it's okay. I don't have any issues with people talking about other creators as long as you're not talking bad about them or putting any kind of infamous, anything negative about them. You can speak their names. It's okay. I'm not that kind of a channel. It doesn't bother me. No worries whatsoever. So go for it. If you need to say something, it's okay.
There's a difference. Unfortunately, what I will tell you is that when you're the family in this position and you're working with law enforcement.
Actually, Annie, he's been married 5 times. This is his 5th. So, I mean, I don't know that has any bearing on this and where Sebastian is, honestly, but just I want to be clear about the facts so that they stay straight. That's all.
And everything's going the way it goes. People automatically assume this parent or that parent. And in this situation, I can promise you, every single parent has been vetted. I can't go into details, but I can tell you we have been vetted and we have been cleared.
No worries, Victoria.
Of all possibility of wrongdoing, foul play. There's nothing to that. We've heard all kinds of stories.
I pretty much don't even go online anymore at this point.
On the other hand, I do go on and I do talk to these folks, and I want them to understand they have this formulated opinion on who we are, not who we truly are.
Hello, Avatar, and welcome.
We've never crossed paths with some of these folks, but I have told them all online, if you want to know, just ask me. I'll answer your questions to the best of what I can. There are some things that I cannot give you because law enforcement has dictated that we are not to provide certain information. But I will try. I am direct, I am brash, but I am very respectful. So if you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can. Just be respectful, please. And keep in mind, there's 3 parents and there's thousands and millions of people out there that may have a question. We are trying to get to them. I promise you.
I love to hear that, Cynthia. Welcome and thank you for that.
How has your guys' life been affected by that? Like, I know it's a broad question, but what's like when you wake up in the morning, what's it just like?
Miserable, to be honest with you.
Think of it like this. You wake up every morning and your routine is what it is and you know it, right? Now wake up when this happens and you can't figure out what to do. You struggle every single day on trying to get out of the bed to
exactly, Joseph.
face everybody's negativity, you know, and you try to make it a positive thing.
Or the fact that my son's still not home.
You know, we have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad every other weekend. So now we have a child that's missing. So there's no words to describe it, but I can just tell you, it's like you get up and now you don't know what to do.
Sebastian's parents also talked about how his actions and behaviors could be different, or how he would respond in a new environment.
Well, that's kind of tricky because Sebastian hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's gonna be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy, you know, always hungry. On the spectrum, yes. But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart. He can be goofy. He kind of has issues with personal space. He hasn't mastered
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
he can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he gets really like aggressive stanced or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or you know, if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah, man.
Share, look, pay
Be
attention.
vigilant. You know, we don't expect everybody to stop what they do and spend every waking minute. But you would be surprised on how easily people are complacent and not realize certain things. We're all guilty because we're all human. We all live a daily life. But sometimes just being a little bit extra vigilant.
Aware of your surroundings in case there's something suspicious.
You never know. But
it happens, Victoria, for sure.
Keep looking, keep searching. Anything, reach out. You know, doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely, you know, keep his story in the spotlight, and all it takes is for one person to see something or know something, and that's just that one clue.
The old saying, see something, say something.
And a few others, but we're working with everyone we can. And taking, like, some people have been kind and reached out with resources that I didn't know were out there, and I've reached out to all of them. Truckers Against Trafficking, we reached out to them just in case.
Biker world, that's one thing everybody has in common is their love for a child, and they can't stand to see children missing, hurt, and it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter what group it is. That's one commonality between every group. And that's why as a part of being in that world, we go and we utilize our brothers and sisters to help spread that word. You'd be surprised on how easy it is to spot somebody. The biker. So
how can people help?
This community, I'm going to tell you right now, far and wide, multiple communities, counties, various people, some people in other states reach out either through social media, in person, but everybody is searching. They've looked, they're constantly looking, they're constantly giving us ideas. Hey, check this. What about this? All of that is great.
Report anything that could potentially, even if it's little.
It doesn't matter what it is. However, what we can ask is that instead of people assuming and trying to put negative out there, just try to stay with the facts and report all.
Thank you, Moonlit.
Positive. Any ideas that may help. Trust me, all law enforcement are available and they are looking at everything.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing. If you know something, say something.
Now, that interview to me was different, completely different than the others. There was some kind of a uncomfortable nervousness to me with Chris. Okay, that's how it came off to me. Um, excuse me. It doesn't mean anything, guys. It was something I noticed as compared to the other interviews. Um. Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh, this is what you guys are talking about. Now, I don't typically watch these things or like get into these things. It's just not that I have anything against it. Hold on a minute, guys. It's not that I have anything against it. It's not my forte. I'm not saying it doesn't work. It doesn't happen. Donna Serafina and Sweetie Pilo, they've done this before. This lady here, Donna, she actually helped in a case and helped to solve the case. So, I can't say anything bad about any of these people. So Chris gave Katie an ultimatum to Sebastian Rogers. Okay, that's what this is about. Is that what this is? Listen to the one after. They are both talking nonstop about them talking. Okay, yeah. They are all different. I agree. It's actually stuff she heard from Seth, not her thoughts. Where is there like a timestamp during this Moonlit that I should go to hit that stuff? Because I don't know that we want to hear the whole thing. Do you know roughly where it starts at or where to begin at with this? Because I don't have any problem showing you guys. Because it pertains to the case. If it's important, it's important. It is what it is. Yes, Aang Avatar. Absolutely. Rest in peace, Riley Strain. Oh, okay. It's all right, Moonlit. Let me see if I can figure it out. Again, guys, this came from Sweetie Pilo's live in regards to this. She featured Reverend Donna Serafina in regards to what was going on. Let me see here if I can get something from this. Let's see where we go.
The mother, bio mom, and the stepfather. I don't believe it. I don't want to make accusations.
You don't personally believe it at this point.
I didn't believe it from the beginning.
Okay.
But
okay,
this is speculation because I don't have 100% clarity. I didn't listen to the recording. The father was waiting to hear from me. He wanted me to call, so I did. And we discussed, and I just told him some things I remembered. And I really felt like he's in no place to hear anything bad. Like,
right.
Your son is deceased. I believe your son is deceased, like that. He's not in that kind of mindset. He really wants to find him alive. I mean, this is a man who literally lived in San Diego, California. He was married to this woman. And what he told me was multiple occasions while he was sleeping, this woman would drink. She had severe mood swings. And even before he said that, I asked if she was bipolar because I was just getting, these vibes. And he said that she's never been diagnosed with that, but her sister has. So if it does run in families, and he was saying she does have severe mood swings, and that he had been like fully sleeping on multiple occasions where she actually attacked him, according to Seth. And so that she did have a history of violence as well. So the stepfather, it sounds like from the chatter, has a history of violence. And according to the bio dad, the stepmother also has a history of violence. And he said that while they were married, she really couldn't deal with Sebastian very well. Now, remember, everything I'm saying is from his perspective, and that's what he's saying, but that she couldn't really deal with the extra complexities of having an autistic child.
Okay.
Because you are doing a lot of giving, and anytime you have a disabled child, it's more work. You spend more time, and they have special needs. That's why they're called special needs, right? Yeah. And so, according to the stepfather, she also would drink to excess to the point where like she urinate right in their bedroom. He said, like literally get that wasted and be very violent when she was that wasted.
Wow.
So let's see. He also said, like I told you, so I had said I saw a little scuffle. Like I didn't see a conspiracy to commit murder, like not like a plan thing, like let's get rid of this kid. Okay. More like what Seth told me was that the stepfather, is that Chris, the stepfather?
Yes.
That Chris had told him a couple months ago that their marriage was on the rocks, that he knows.
Okay, so this stuff is new. This is new for me. I had not heard this. This is interesting. And if that's true, then that would explain the whole kinky ads thing that's on his Facebook page.
No longer wanted to deal with the problems of Sebastian and the problems of his ex-wife and his own problems. Like, he was done, and that their marriage might be ending. So Seth has come out publicly and said that Sebastian was due to come live with him. But if you're talking about pressure in the marriage that could contribute to somebody losing their temper, and then, like you said, she, according to Seth, she's trained martial arts extensively, so she has the ability to cause damage. According to Seth, she's very quick-tempered and has mood swings. Now I don't know if it's still alcohol or later, but this marriage has only been going on a couple years. And if I'm hearing Seth correctly, this guy from Tennessee, she met him, they got married, and he wanted to bring her back home to Tennessee. And Seth moved all the way to Tennessee as well because he wants to be in the life of his son. Like, he is really attached to Sebastian, and they might both have a little. I don't know if they both have that. I forgot what it's called. It's on the.
According to what she just said, that Seth led on, that Seth said to Donna that I guess Chris confided in him that the marriage is not going well. No, and I agree, Duchess. I don't really watch this stuff, but if she had a conversation with Seth, I don't know. Somebody asked me to put this up and play it. That's why I'm doing it.
Spectrum Asperger's. I don't know if they both have that, or if the father, but he's really, I mean, the stories he told me, he would kind of go into a little, like, if they did something to Sebastian, they need justice, but then he would move into stories about his son around the campfire and building a fire with him and fishing with him and doing I don't think he said Sebastian really fished much, but it was just like taking him there and just really intense bond with his son. And so there's something the stepfather continuously says that drives me insane. Every time the issue comes up of what happened, the stepfather sits there and says, "Oh, I was at work." And it's like, wait a minute. Yeah. Didn't he leave at 4 a.m.?
Well, that is one thing, Donna. From what I understand, he was not in town at that point. According to one of the people I spoke to, the month of February until the 26th at 1 p.m., supposedly he was not
around.
Good
point, Victoria.
If I'm incorrect, if somebody truly knows the inside details, please let me know in the comments. But that's what I understand, according to somebody I spoke to. And they know the details because they know. That's all I can say.
Because on interview, wasn't he saying that he left at 4 a.m. to go to work? Didn't he say that?
If that's the case, I haven't heard it. But if that's the case, that's really suspicious. Seriously.
See, I don't know either. I thought he said that, and I was thinking either there's like, so is the last known sighting still on the video camera from the restaurant at 6 p.m.? Is that the last known sighting?
The last known sighting is actually Sebastian getting the mail in the evening on Sunday, the night of the 25th. So yes, he was seen in the restaurant, but then he was also seen outside of his house taking the trash to the street.
That's what time? Do you know what time?
I believe they told me it was between 6 and 8. It was in that window.
Okay, so it was after they came home.
Sorry about that.
Hi, I was just wondering if you...
The story of the mother, bio mom, and the stepfather, I don't believe it. I don't want to make accusations.
You don't personally believe it at this point?
I didn't believe it from the beginning.
Okay.
But
okay,
this is speculation because I don't have 100% clarity. I didn't listen to the recording. The father was waiting to hear from me. He wanted me to call, so I did. And we discussed, and I just told him some things I remembered, and I really felt like he's in no place to hear anything bad, like,
right,
your son is deceased. I believe your son is deceased, like that. He's not in that kind of mindset. He really wants to find him alive. I mean, this is a man who literally lived in San.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing that either, Dutchie. I don't know where that came from.
Diego, California. He was married to this woman, and what he told me was multiple occasions while he was sleeping, this woman would drink. She had severe mood swings, and even before he said that, I asked if she was bipolar because I was just getting these vibes, and he said that she's never been diagnosed with that, but her sister has. So if it does run in families, and he was saying she does have severe mood swings. And that he had been like fully sleeping on multiple occasions where she actually attacked him, according to Seth. And yeah, so that she did have a history of violence as well. So the stepfather, it sounds like from the chatter, has
That's
a history of
interesting.
violence. And according to the bio dad, the stepmother also has a history of violence.
That's like
And
a double whammy.
yeah, and he said that while they were married, she really couldn't deal with Sebastian very well. Now, this is, remember, everything I'm saying is from his perspective, and that's what he's saying. But that she couldn't really deal with the extra complexities of having an autistic child.
Okay.
Because you are doing a lot of giving, and anytime you have a disabled child, it's more work. You spend more time, and they have special needs. That's why they're called special needs, right?
Yeah.
And so, according to the stepfather, she also would drink to excess to the point where, like, she urinate right in their bedroom. He said, like, literally get that wasted and be very violent when she was that wasted.
Wow.
So, let's see. He also said, like I told you, so I had said I saw a little scuffle. Like, I didn't see a conspiracy to commit murder, like not like a plan thing, like let's get rid of this kid. More like what Seth told me was that the stepfather, is that Chris, the stepfather?
Yes.
That Chris had told him a couple months ago that their marriage was on the rocks, that he no longer wanted to deal with the problems of Sebastian and the problems of his ex-wife and his own problems. Like,
and see, that's why I don't usually go along with this stuff or watch it. But somebody said there was something in here that was worth seeing. And I'm trying to get to it at that point. But I don't follow along with this stuff because of this. It's just not my forte, like I said. And I'll be honest with you, nothing against you, Moonlit. And you know, for sending it over. I get it. I appreciate it. She's saying what Seth told me. I don't know that Seth told her any of this. You know what I'm saying? That's why I have issue with this, honestly. I don't know. That's kind of what I'm thinking too, Dutchie. Like, I don't know, you know, I mean, did he really say this stuff to her? You know, we don't know that what he said, she didn't turn. And I'm not saying she'd do that because I don't know her like that. I don't know these people that way. And I've never really followed it. I've watched some of their stuff, but not a lot. So I don't know, guys. I'm just, in my opinion, it's not a good source because Seth didn't come out and say this. Now, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out.
They're gonna find someone. For some reason, I kind of know that. Like, I get the idea on Sebastian that TBI, they got an idea of what happened. But if they have to have evidence and they have to have a body, they can't do anything. You know, with Madeline, you're asking about the mom.
Yes. Jen.
This is my feeling. No, am I going to believe that happened for 5 years on the other side of a thin wall, and she did not know?
I know.
Or take part, and him.
Okay. I'm just not comfortable with them. Nothing against anybody that follows them or watches this. I'm not comfortable with them. So, and no worries to anybody else. I have no issue with anybody that does. Yeah, I watched this one last night. Nick Gray, thank you for that. We went over this last night. I don't know if you were in here or not, but we did cover it. There's so many of these interviews now, you guys. So many of them. And here's my thing. What Dutch had just said, where'd she go? About understand something, folks. And that's why I have issue with this. Seth is law enforcement. He knows the laws, the rules, and how things could be. can't imagine him saying certain things to this lady and possibly corrupting the case or putting any issues out there that may not be right. Do you know what I'm saying? Or this might have been the night before last. This here. This interview here is what I'm talking about. Gray sent me over here. We went over this one. No, I get it, guys. There's a lot of these interviews, guys, and like I said, it's just listen. There's a lot of possibilities right now with this, and that's what we're I wanted to be talking about was possibilities. Yeah, we covered this interview. We did the whole thing. It was like 3 hours long. Here's the thing, folks. There's possibilities out there that I don't want to think about. Okay, but I have my own theory. Like I said, there's a possibility there could have been an accident, and people don't know what to do. Okay, and that's the problem is we don't have facts, and we do need facts because that's I don't like to put out things that aren't facts. That's the problem. That's why I'm a little nervous about that and not comfortable with it. I did do the Nancy Grace thing, AG, 100%, and that's the one I wanted to go back to real quick with you guys. Because there were some things in there that somebody told me that Seth stated that made them go, wait a minute, hold on. Give me 1 second here.
In time.
There's no words for
All-star panel to make.
And I know this is hard. It's very hard for me, but this is the man himself speaking, okay? Welcome, Trinity. Thank you for joining us. Terry Dean as well. Good to see you guys here. All right, guys, let's go back and see this again. I want to see where these points are.
Sense of what we know right now, but first, I want to go out to a very special guest. This is Sebastian's father joining us, Seth Rogers. Mr. Rogers, thank you for being with us. Could you recount for us when you learned Sebastian is missing? I know it just seems completely surreal.
Son, there's no words for it. I mean, when I found out that he was gone, I was just like, I headed over to Katie's house, see what was going on, and he's not here. I don't know where he's at. I've been looking for him every day. It's just.
Seth, what have you been doing to look for him every day? And I know that to be true. You are looking for him every day. Guys, please look at Sebastian. This young boy is autistic. He may not, in a scared and emotional and lost state, he may not even be able to tell someone who he is and where his home is. He is out there lost, and the Lord only knows where. Seth, what have you been doing to find Sebastian?
Been handing out flyers every day. I've been on some podcasts. I've done some face-to-face interviews on the news. I'm just anything I can. I've been to the south side of Nashville. I've been to Franklin. I've been to Bellevue. I've been through Henderson. I've been through Gallatin. I've been through Clarksville. I've been through Oak Grove, Kentucky. I mean, I'm handing out flyers, finding out. I mean, I want everybody to see my son and know that he's missing, and that if you see him, call 911. I need my son back.
I'm just trying to get my mind around what you and Sebastian's mom are going through, because when I go in to wake up my twins, if they're not in the bed, which is rare, they're usually still asleep. If they're not in the bed, I immediately glance in the bathroom, and if they're not there, that's totally out of character. They're always right there in their bedroom in the morning when I wake them up. And that would be totally out of the normal if they weren't there. Tell me your understanding of what happened.
Katie told me that when she woke up Monday morning that he wasn't in his room and she can't find him. And I heard that once I got there. When I got off of work, I had a text message from the stepfather, Chris, and a missed phone call. And I called him and he told me that Sebastian was missing and he didn't know what had happened. So I headed
Okay,
into
let me
their
ask you
house.
a couple of quick questions, Seth. Number one, is there any type of a burglar alarm in the home?
I don't know. I don't live there.
Okay. Okay, that is not helping me. Let me see if I can find that out. I'm going to go to Aaron Cantrell on that from News Channel 5. So we don't know if there's a burglar alarm. Was a window open in Sebastian's home, in his room?
Not that I am aware of.
Well, Nancy, we
Okay.
don't know. We do know that they did search the perimeter of the house. And I know one day when I was out there, when they were searching, they had a dive team out there. They were searching the grounds, but the area is very, it's some parts of it is very rural and they're doing a lot of construction around the area. So there's a lot of construction, lots of subdivisions being built in that area. And like you mentioned earlier, the flashlights in the backyard, that was a very common area where people could potentially be walking, but it is odd at that early in the morning that there were 2 flashlights, in considering that's what detectives are saying, that they believe that Sebastian left the home barefoot with the flashlight. So that is very odd. But as you can see in these pictures here, it's a very rural area. They've called in teams from across Tennessee. I mean, they've gone as far east, as far west, bringing in different units to come search the property. They've drained ponds. They're looking everywhere, and they've searched about a 10-mile radius in thousands of miles, just going back and forth until unfortunately they had to scale back that search.
So Seth, what time did you get to the home that day?
I got the message at about 7:20. I was there at about 8 o'clock.
So immediately. When you got to the home, tell me about the state of the home.
The home was clean. I mean, it looked like it normally did when I walked in.
So were there any
That has no
signs of
bearing on that.
entry at the front or back door or on Sebastian's window that you could observe?
No, there was none.
Was anything
Back
stolen
door
from the
was locked.
home?
Not that I was informed of.
Okay. Do you
Back
know if
door-
there are burglar lights, motion sensor lights that would turn on if someone moved on the perimeter of the home?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm trying to understand his daily routine. Did Sebastian get up every morning and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
What school?
Beach High School.
How far away?
I think it's like 0.6 miles.
6 miles? Did you say 6 miles?
0.6.
0.6 miles, very close to home. Did he walk or
It's
take
a
a
great
bus or
point,
ride?
Dutchie, and I respect that very
I
highly.
rode the bus.
He rode the bus. Is he mainstreamed? He is autistic. Is he mainstreamed with other students?
He's in their Why We
What?
Try program.
What is that?
It's for the special needs children, where they are doing the same tasks that the mainstream does, but they get a little bit extra time. You know, if they have like 30 questions, then in the Why We Try program, they get like 20, and they get extra time to answer them. So they're still learning the same stuff.
Okay, I'm trying to understand. That morning, your wife calls you, your ex calls you about 7:20 a.m. Would that have been
No.
on a school day?
No, it was her husband that called me.
Okay. Was that at 7:20 a.m.?
No, 7:20 a.m. is when I got to my vehicle because I got off of work at 7. My shift ended at 7. By the time I found out to make sure that I didn't have to stay over or anything, then I got to my truck about 7:20, and they had texted me and tried to call me on my cell phone at around 6:20.
And you found out about it at 7:20. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Rogers, Did he go missing on a school day?
From my understanding, she put him to bed Sunday night, and yes, Monday morning he's missing.
Okay, so he's in his room Sunday night, Monday morning, he's gone out of his home. Could you tell me the level of the severity of his autism?
He's very intelligent. He's very smart. He just lacks social skills and reading of people's body language. He likes things to be in a routine. He likes to control his environment.
I'm looking at Sebastian right now, and it is breaking my heart thinking of this young boy, this autistic boy, possibly out in the wild, possibly with strangers he doesn't know. What would his reaction be to that, Seth Rogers?
I don't know, because I've never seen him have to deal with this. Most of the time, if he's with me, he gets his information from me about interacting with people. If I sit there and I'm meeting new people, I talk to him. It's like, son, you can introduce yourself if you would like. If he does, he does. If he doesn't want to, I don't make him.
Seth, when was the last time you can verify that he was alive and well?
When I talked to him on Thursday.
How often do you see him?
I get to see him every other weekend. If he's on like a spring break or a fall break, or he's got an extended time away from school for like school days. When we had the weather was bad out here and they canceled school, he was.
Listen, guys, I'm not trying to, I want this known too. I'm not trying to blame anything on anybody. I'm just pointing out certain things that I see that I'm not. Listen, if you want to go in the same that direction with those things, you got to look at everybody. Just because this man is involved in law enforcement doesn't mean that there couldn't be something going on that side of things. We don't know. Okay. We don't know any of that. That's the thing you got to remember. Here's a quick one for you. Just to say, it was stated that Sebastian was supposed to go live with Seth at the end of the summer or end of school year for the summer. We knew that. And then it was brought out that he was supposed to go live there sooner and it didn't work out. What if he wanted it to work out bad enough that something were to go down to remove Sebastian from there? Anything is possible, you guys. We got to look at both sides of the fence. We can't just go, okay, they're this and they're that, but he's not, or he's this and he's that, but they're not. I mean, we got to look at this in a critical form of thinking on both aspects, you guys. That's what I'm saying. We got to be able to keep it real, okay, and be fair. Be fair. Period. That's all I'm saying.
With me, summer breaks. I get him whenever he's not in school, except
Seth,
for the week.
Whenever you have the opportunity to be with Sebastian, isn't it true that you exercise that opportunity? You are with him every chance possible under the law.
Yes, ma'am.
Guys, I'm bringing in the rest of the panel. You are hearing Seth Rogers describe the moment he gets off of work at around 7 a.m., gets to his vehicle.
I know that, Carolyn, and I'm not saying he did anything. I'm not saying that anything came from his side of the tracks either. I'm not blaming anybody, guys. I'm just saying we have to look at it from both sides. If we're going to be suspicious of somebody, we got to be suspicious of everybody. Granted, yes, I know he was working. He works in law enforcement. You don't think he knows people? How many, Carolyn, you especially, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, dear, but you know, because of your past and the people that you knew, that all you got to do is know somebody. Okay? That's what I'm saying. And that's what I mean. You have to think. You got to focus on everything, not just what Chris is doing or what Katie's doing. You also got to look at this side of it too, guys. There's multiple ways to see this, and that's the problem. That's all I'm saying, guys. That's all. And I know you know what I mean, Carolyn, because of what you've been through in the past and who you've dealt with and things like that. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like all you got to do is know somebody. And if this man works in law enforcement, guess what? That's all I'm saying, guys. My biological father, my uncle, and grandfather all worked in law enforcement, and I'm gonna tell you right out of the bat, they weren't always on the up and up. Okay, I'll just put it that way because of people that they were close to in my family. You know, just throw the Italian thing out there and go with that. That's all I'm gonna say. And yeah, that's all I'm asking in here, guys, is for you guys to respect each other. We're trying to find Sebastian. We're not trying to go back and forth with each other or do this or that. We're not trying to be nasty to anybody. Nobody at all. Nobody at all. And that's what I mean. We're not trying to degrade people's opinions by any means whatsoever. And I don't want anybody to do that. Period. Just period, guys. Let's be fair. And please respect each other's opinions. Like I said, I may not agree with one person, but I respect that. And that person may not agree with me, but they respect that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm asking you guys. Period. No big deal.
And realizes his wife and the stepdad have been calling and texting him, thank you, since around 6:20-ish a.m. So on a Monday morning to tell him his son, an autistic boy, is missing from their home. And from what I can tell right now, you heard Aaron Cantrell jumping in earlier, and thank you for that, Aaron. Please don't hold back, Aaron. We're not having high tea at Windsor Castle. Aaron is joining us from News Channel 5 in Nashville. Aaron, thank you for being with us. I don't hear anything so far about a forced entry, about a window being open, about anything being taken from the home. I understand that the mother put him to bed at regular bedtime for school the next morning, and that around 6 to 6:20 a.m.
Absolutely, Dutchie.
She says she goes into his bedroom to wake him, and he is gone. Aaron or Seth or anyone else on the panel, do we know that anything else was missing, such as his backpack, a cell phone, something he liked? Do we know anything about anything missing?
Absolutely. No worries, CL.
Anybody?
His mother said that he's missing a keychain flashlight. That's it.
His keychain flashlight. Interesting, Seth Rogers. When I come in, I put my driver's license and credit cards, which are in a rubber band. That's my pocketbook. All of that and my key in a certain spot.
Okay, Nancy, this is a 15-year-old autistic child, so that has no bearing on anything with this child, in my opinion. I'm sorry. This child's not going to do that unless he's told to do something like that. You know what I mean? So that matters. No, none at all. Yeah, right. No. Absolutely, Ray. No shade at nobody, at nothing. This investigation is this case is hitting people deep in the heart, folks. Please understand that. I know how it's affecting me. I know that it has affected Duchess, Crystal, Arctic Fox. A lot of people in this community are hit by this hard. I mean, it's a rough thing, guys. It's rough. And we're all defensive because we all want this guy right here to be happy, healthy, safe, and at home. Whatever home he's got to be in. But that's what we want, you guys. And that's why we are getting, some of us are getting defensive because, you know, one person wants to believe one thing, one person wants to believe another. Guys, it's okay. It's okay. You know, you guys are welcome to think whatever you want. Your opinions are open. That's fine, guys. But I want to make sure that when we're making these observations, that they're based on factual information that we're seeing and hearing. That's all. Because it's not going to help it otherwise. It's not going to help figure any of this out if it's not based on factual information. That's all. I appreciate everybody's opinions on this too, because like I said, one of you may have an opinion about something that the other one doesn't, and may have saw something that the other one didn't catch. That's why we do these things. And that's why I titled this possibilities, guys. Things that are possibilities. It could be on either side of the tracks. We don't know. Okay? I know what my beliefs are. And that's just my beliefs, which is why I haven't put my theory out there, because I don't have a way to, how can I say this? I don't have a way to prove to you guys that my theory, whether it makes sense or not, is something that is factual, that could be factual, because there's no proof of that at this point. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I won't put that theory out there for you guys. That's all I'm saying. But I'm showing you guys different things for you guys to see that I have picked out personally, that other people have picked out personally, that caught their attention. So you guys can see it and go, okay, I get that. Or that makes this make sense, or that makes sense now. You know what I mean? That's why we're doing this, guys. That's all. In a nutshell, folks, I want this child home so bad. You have no idea. With every case that I've ever covered, Summer, Kylie, even just everything we ever looked at, this one has hit me the hardest. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. I know why. Okay, because I can almost feel as if I'm this child's parent, and I don't want that feeling. I don't. It scares me. It bothers me. It bugs me. And I feel a lot of us have taken heed to the fact that this child, in a sense, it belongs to us. That we all feel like this is our child as well. That we all want, in a bad way, for this child to be safe and happy. And the more I sit and look at him, the harder it is. We want him home. That's all we want, you guys. I know it. Everybody in here. That's why we're here. There's 138 people watching this right now. And that's why each and every single person that's watching this wants this child to be happy and home and safe and sound, and his life to go on a normal basis. That's what every single person here wants. Whether we agree on what this one said, that one said, this parent, that parent, step parent, not parent, that doesn't matter. What matters is where he is, why he's there, and how we can get him home. Period. And we're doing every bit of what we can. Some of us are doing such, people on the ground. There's amazing people putting up billboards. All of these things, guys. If I could do any more than I'm doing, I promise you I'd be doing it. If I could be in Tennessee right now, I'd be there. I have family in Alabama that's trying to be around that area. They're doing their best. We have people all over the United States putting flyers up, guys. And I'm proud to know that these people in all these communities care so much about this one child that's what's happening. So keep doing that, you guys. Please keep doing that. Please. You have no idea. I'll be honest with you. I know you guys have seen me break down while I'm covering this case, okay? It's real to me, folks. Some of these cases that we cover, we're on the internet, we're on YouTube, we're doing what we're doing. We're, in some senses, this is entertainment to some people. I hate to say it that way, but it is. Not to me. I'm doing this because I have a voice, and I have always been here to try to be the voice for the voiceless, okay? And to find true justice in the cases that we cover. And when it comes to the missing children, to bring them home. That's it. I don't expect anything. I don't want anything. I just want this child to come home and for him to be okay. That's all I want. I'm done rambling. I'm sorry.
In the kitchen. Rarely do I put it anywhere else. This is what I'm asking, Seth. You told me that your son, autistic boy, Sebastian, likes things in a certain way, in a routine, like many of us.
I said that, Paula.
Would he have had that flashlight, and I believe you said keys, flashlight and keys attached to each other?
It's a keychain flashlight. It's a flashlight that would go on your keys.
I bet he always put them in a certain place, didn't he?
In my house, all of his stuff is in his
sorry,
upper
Joseph.
drawer. When the police showed up at my house to look, upper drawer, house key, wallet, everything's in his upper drawer.
Aaron Cantrell, News Channel 5 Nashville. Hold on just one moment. Joining me right now is an expert, a board-certified behavior analyst, an autism expert, chief clinical officer with Little Stars Therapy Services, Courtney Lasky. Thank you so much for being with us. Isn't it true that autistic children, like many of us, like things to be in a certain order for many, many varied reasons? If this was missing from Sebastian's home, I would venture to hypothesize he took it with him.
Correct. Yes. And, without knowing Sebastian personally, I can't make any assumptions about his behavior, but knowing that this was not a typical history for him to wander, to leave the house in the middle of the night, it is interesting that he did leave with that keychain flashlight.
Another thing, which is quite the dichotomy, Courtney Lasky, and I'm going to throw this to you as well, Seth Rogers. If he was in such routine, as I believe he was, due to his circumstances being autistic, why would he have left without his shoes? That is not his routine. This is not a child that leaves the home without his shoes. First of all, Seth, how do I know he didn't have his shoes?
3 pairs of shoes were at the front door. His old tennis shoes, his new tennis shoes that his mama had just bought him, and the boots that I had just bought him. His mama had told me
wore another set of shoes.
His feet were growing. The last time I had him for the last weekend I had him, his mama told me that his shoes weren't fitting anymore. And she asked me to get him shoes. And we wanted a pair of boots, so we went to Boot Barn and got him a pair of boots.
Is it possible he wore a different pair of shoes?
I don't think so, because if he's not fitting into them, she gets rid of them.
Okay, let me tell you something, Seth. My son and daughter have one of those shoe racks over the back of their closet door. And I see those closet doors 10 times a day. I would see if shoes were missing. I would know that.
There's no shoes in his room.
Okay, there's my answer. He left without his shoes on.
Shoes get taken off at the front door, same as my house.
Same here.
Now, the only thing I have against this is if his feet are growing, we don't know exactly. Hold on, guys. I want to show you. I don't know why that's not. Hold on a minute.
The last weekend I had his mama told me that
I'm going to venture to say those are his because of the size of them. Okay. But if his feet are growing, if there was a pair, and that's what I've been thinking, if there was a pair of Chris's shoes there, maybe he slipped them on. And in the effect that he was planning on coming right back inside, possibly, or maybe, you know what I mean? Those look like, I'm going to say, between a 7 to an 8 size. I'm sure Chris wears bigger shoes. I don't know, guys. I don't know how big Chris is or not or whatever, but just saying, there's other things to think about with this as well. That's all.
Shoes weren't fitting anymore. And she asked me to get him shoes. And we wanted a pair of boots, so we went to Boot Barn and got him a pair of boots.
Is it possible he wore a different pair of shoes?
I don't think so, because if he's not fitting into them, she gets rid of them.
Okay, let me tell you something, Seth. My son and daughter have one of those shoe racks over the back of their closet door. And I would see those closet doors 10 times a day. I would see if shoes were missing. I would know that.
There's no shoes in the room.
Okay, there's my answer. He left without his shoes on.
Shoes get taken off at the front door, same as my house.
Same here. I always have people take their shoes off at the door. Just habit. So there were no shoes in his room. All his shoes are still sitting at the door. Can we confirm that?
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Guys, you may think, why is she asking and asking and asking about the same thing? I'll tell you why. Behavioral evidence of routine. Hold on, Courtney Lasky, because this touches on you as well. Dr. Sherry Schwartz is with me, forensic psychologist specializing in victim advocacy at panthermitigation.com. Dr. Sherry, thank you for being with us. Dr. Sherry, when I say routine evidence, I don't mean mundane evidence, just, the regular evidence. I mean evidence of routine. For instance, if I came and sat down in this chair in this studio and Jackie was not right there, she would either be dead or on the way or in the hospital, period, because that's her routine, right? So this autistic child would not have left in the middle of the night without a pair of shoes on. And that is telling me something probatively. It proves something to me. What do you think of it, Dr. Sherry?
I agree completely, Nancy. I actually saw an interview that Mr. Rogers gave about this particular issue and how when he was younger, Sebastian, he went outside barefoot and he stepped into an anthill of fire ants. And so dad doesn't believe that he would go out barefoot. And so this goes to that behavioral evidence that you're talking about. This is another fact that's very important that we need to pay attention to, because this is not something that Sebastian would normally do. And we know this because he's had a prior experience. So these are really important cues in an investigation like this.
Dr. Sherry Schwartz, a lot of people may think that means nothing, that I can't find his shoes, but it means a lot to me. And I guarantee you it would mean a lot to any mother or father hearing this evidence. Seth, what does it mean to you? Was he prone to go outside and wander around at all, period, number one, at night in the dark, number two, and without his shoes on, number three? Would he ever have done that, Seth?
No. I mean, the only time he goes outside at night at my house is to put the trash in the trash can, which is right outside my front door. That's it.
You know, I'm very curious about this. And one more thing, while it's on my mind, does he have social media, Seth?
No, he does not.
Okay, good. I can rule that out, or at least we don't think he does. Does he have a cell phone?
He does have a cell phone.
Where's the cell phone?
At his mom and stepfather's.
So didn't take his cell phone. Seth, is he like every other boy in America glued to his cell phone? Does
When he has access to it, he loves it.
What do you mean by that? When does he have access?
When he has access to like YouTube and stuff like that, he is glued to his phone because he likes to watch videos about Minecraft and he likes to watch videos of people playing Minecraft.
Okay, you do know that is social media because people can talk to each other on Minecraft. Did you know that?
No,
I didn't know that. I found out.
What I'm talking about is the videos. He watches videos of people playing it on YouTube.
Does he play it?
I think he has it for his Switch at his mom's house, but he does not.
Yeah.
And he's glued to that all
Okay.
the time.
We need a forensic search of that phone pronto, Seth, because I find it very curious if he went voluntarily, that he didn't take the phone with him. Okay. Because it'd be a cold day in HELL that either one of my 16-year-olds would go anywhere without their phone. And it's not just them. I mean, everybody takes their phone with them everywhere they go. It's like their magic wand. You can't be without it. So I find it interesting. Did the mom have the phone put away? Could he have taken it with him?
Most of the time, I've seen the phone plugged in on the counter on the little bar in their kitchen.
Okay, I'm going to Courtney Lasky joining us, expert in children and teens with autism. Courtney, you've been listening. Weigh in.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you, Nancy. This is a very unusual pattern of behavior that we're looking at. If this child has access to a cell phone, like you said, Minecraft is social media, YouTube is social media, anywhere that he would have access and the ability to talk with others. My concern would be related to his autism diagnosis and that deficit in communication and understanding of social skills. Is it possible that peers at school or someone has contacted him through these gaming methods? Bullying, peer pressure, was he persuaded to leave perhaps from his mom's house in the middle of the night?
I know that
you jumping in, Seth?
Yes, ma'am. I know that his phone was locked down. He had no internet access. He only had the ability to take pictures on his phone, text on his phone, FaceTime, and telephone calls. Everything else was locked down on his phone.
Have the police looked at his phone? Have they taken his phone to look at who he may have been speaking to?
Yes, ma'am.
Question, where is this coming? where's this coming from, Aaron Cantrell, that people saw flashlights, 2 people with flashlights around the property the night that Sebastian disappears? And I keep seeing in all the headlines the night that Sebastian wandered off barefoot. I don't think that's what happened. He's never wandered off before. What? Go ahead, dear.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we got that video a little later, so we just got that video maybe and released it within like the last week or so. But this is from just neighborhood video, like the Ring doorbell cameras. In that subdivision from the reporting, there's not street lights there, so that's why it's so pitch black and it's so late at night. But you see those 2 flashlights. But what's interesting is where these lights are, it's almost a common area, so it wouldn't be odd if someone may have been out at that time walking their dog or something of that nature. But the fact that Sebastian did leave with a flashlight.
He could, Kim, but if it's anything like the way it is here, like Caden has one too, but he's locked out from getting on. They have him locked out. You can't get into anything on those Chromebooks except what they allow you to, and they're locked out. I've seen him try to get to his social media accounts on there, and he can't. They're locked out. So I think most of these kids that have Chromebooks, they don't allow for that for the most part. The schools don't.
And there are 2 flashlights seen in that video, and it is
Put him up. Why do you keep saying Sebastian did leave? Why are you saying that? Would you go out in the middle of the night and leave without your shoes on? I'm just curious. Would you, Aaron?
No, you make a good point. I would not leave without my shoes.
I don't think you would either. Even more so, because you're hearing Courtney Lasky and Seth Rogers state this boy is autistic. He doesn't think the same way we think. We have to try to think like him. He liked everything in a particular routine. His routine was he wore shoes every time he went out after the ant bed incident. Okay? So, no. Why would he go missing? And let me ask you something else, Aaron Cantrell. Isn't it true that Emergency Management Agency Director Ken Widener has told us that the canines could not pick up a scent outdoors?
Exactly. They have not been able to pick up a scent. They had a false hit, but then that did not turn out to be anything, because when Sebastian went missing, it was kind of a warm day that first day, but after the next day of the search, it went extremely cold. It was rainy, which made it even more concerning, because here you have this 15-year-old who has autism with no shoes on and, maybe a sweatshirt and sweatpants, but it is now cold. So they were concerned about hypothermia as well. So a lot of factors kind of changed the search as well, but they have not picked up a scent at all.
Officials have now been able to analyze home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood and discovered signs of what may have happened to Sebastian. 2 people near the family home, and as I recall, it was around 3:10 a.m.
That's a good point, Heather.
3:10 a.m. Who in the hay is walking around, 2 people, 2 flashlights at 3:10 a.m. in that neighborhood, and coincidentally, it is the same time during which Sebastian goes missing, which leads me to our guest, Douglas McGregor, geographic profiler specializing in violent crime and missing people. You can find him at the Geo Profiler. Douglas, thank you so much for joining us. A lot's happening right here. No canine scent outside. No shoes. No break-in. No theft. The phone's still there. Weigh in.
So if we look at each of these, the no shoes thing, there's a lot of autistic people who actually enjoy going barefoot. It connects them with the earth. They like that texture, that feel. There's a whole campaign, barefooting for autism. So I know that, and I did read the article.
Let me stop you right there, Douglas. Let me stop you right there. Seth Rogers,
Yes,
he's
ma'am.
right. But does that have anything to do with Sebastian? Did Sebastian go barefoot outside? Was he part of Barefoot for Autism? Do you know?
No, he's got a pair of slippers that he wears.
Okay, guys, as far as that video goes, I haven't heard law enforcement speak on that personally myself. I've heard what the parents have said and stuff like that, but I've never heard law enforcement direct anything at that personally myself. That doesn't mean they haven't. It just means that I haven't seen it. That's all. So that's I don't know, D. That's a good question. And a good point. I get what you're saying.
So he doesn't have to put on socks and shoes. He puts those on if he's going to go out to the trash or check the mail and doesn't want to put socks on.
Have you seen him since the ant bed incident go outside barefoot?
No, not at my house.
Okay. All right. Back to you, Douglas McGregor. Go ahead.
So continuing on with just how he left the premises, the other question I have is the wording in that law enforcement is giving out with regard to what he was wearing, the clothing, that he was in a black sweater and black sweatpants. How do we know that? Did he go to bed in that clothing? How do we know he didn't wake up in the middle of the night and change clothing? I think the wording should be he may be in a black sweatshirt and sweatpants, or he may have those things on him if they are missing from his house, but we don't know that he left in those.
And that statement is a very true statement that I've thought about from the beginning. We know what he was last seen in to her. That's fine. He very well could have changed his clothes, guys. He could have put on something warmer if he was in fact planning on going out of the house for whatever reason. If he did, he could have thrown a hoodie on, a jacket of some sort, something like, something warmer maybe. Any of that could have changed. He could have changed into something different. So that is an interesting theory in itself that he puts out there for sure. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's a really good point, Seth Rogers. What about it? Is that what he slept in? How do we know that's what he was wearing?
His mom said that he was wearing black leisure pants and a black T-shirt when he went to bed.
Yes, Joseph, there are.
Guys, I want you to hear what Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy of Sumner County Sheriff's, has to say.
Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Exactly. That's what it says.
Did he walk off? If so, why are canines not picking up his scent? I can tell you this, Seth Rogers. And
I understand,
you,
Carolyn.
McGregor, the best witness I ever put on the stand, and all the years I tried cases, and I don't mean shopliftings, I mean felony homicides, violent crimes, was a dog. If the dog tells me the dog cannot pick up a scent, I believe the dog. So I'm having a hard time accepting what I'm hearing, that this young autistic boy just wandered out in the middle of the night without shoes on. Okay, back to you, Douglas McGregor. Tell me more of your analysis.
So looking at what the canines were able to pick up, those canines should be picking up multiple scents. And it's all based on
It's a good question, Davey.
Routine activities. Does he go to a friend's house during the week? Does he go to the corner store? Does he occasionally walk to school, even taking the bus? Those canines should be picking up all those scents from that 7 days past, because canines regularly train from scenarios where someone's gone missing from 1 hour up to 7 days, and bloodhounds can pick up even longer than 7 days. So those canines should be picking up scents. They should be tracking those scents and then ruling them out as an activity from the past that isn't associated with him going missing on that Sunday evening.
Guys, we were just showing you an aerial sketch of a landfill search. There's nothing good about that.
I do, Robert. I actually feel strongly that he is alive and well. I do. I think he's alive, well, healthy, and somewhere else. That's my part of my theory. That, like I said, I'm not going to go into it. I definitely feel that way, Robert.
Seth Rogers, why have you been told that authorities are searching a landfill?
They told me they just wanted to make sure that there was nothing there.
Aaron Cantrell joining me, News Channel 5 out of Nashville. Aaron, what can you tell me about this landfill search?
Yeah, Nancy. So they had got a tip that potentially from the garbage workers that maybe the trash may have been off a little bit. So just following up on that tip.
What do you mean by that? You can't just throw a grenade into my mind palace and expect me not to follow up. What do you mean something was off?
So basically, the workers said they have the same garbage truck drivers that come to the house, and when they picked up the garbage can, it just felt more heavier than normal. So they just said that to the authorities. So just to follow up on that tip, they went out to the landfill to search because that's where the trash is taken. There in Sumner County, they take it out there to Kentucky. So just following up on that tip,
That's a good point, Kit.
Let them out there because we're used to our garbage, the same garbage truck workers coming out there. They know kind of how the trash usually feels every single day, so it felt a little off for them. So that's why they told that to the authorities. So that's kind of what led them to the landfill to start looking around.
No worries, D, and I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry.
No.
Would you be willing to take a polygraph?
I volunteered.
I'm glad to hear that. You know why? I hold every parent to the gold standard. I don't know if you've ever heard of Mark Class. His daughter Polly was kidnapped from the home. She was horribly molested and murdered. When cops came, he, like you, was separated or divorced from his wife and lived separately. You know what he said when they came at the door? He's like, take my fingerprints, search my home, search my car, search my office, do whatever you want. Find my daughter. Find who took my daughter, because it's not me. I'll take a poly. I'll do whatever you want. And they did all of that. Of course, it wasn't him, it was somebody else. But that said, has the mother and the stepfather taken a polygraph?
I know the mom has.
What?
I said I know his mother has.
So she agreed to a polygraph. What about the stepfather?
I have no idea.
Guys, there is a reward for information in the search for this little autistic boy. Aaron Cantrell, I want you to take a listen to what Chief Deputy Eric Craddock has to say. Listen.
Last Monday morning at about 6:30, Sebastian was reported missing from his home. Since then, we've conducted an extensive and exhaustive search around the home.
This is just water, guys, for anybody that I don't drink, by the way. I haven't drank in 5 years. But this is just water. I drink a lot of water.
Looking for any evidence, any trace of Sebastian. At this time, the decision's been made to scale back on the ground search operations. Let me be clear that this does not diminish our commitment to finding Sebastian. This is simply us transitioning from the ground search to the investigative
I know,
side.
it's okay, Ray.
We are still committed to finding Sebastian and bringing him home safe. We have no leads, no details to indicate.
This is
that
coffee.
Sebastian
That was
alive.
water.
From what I know, I can tell you that at this juncture, the family has totally cooperated with police. I'm curious about these flashlights. Back to you, Aaron Cantrell, joining us from News Channel 5. Aaron,
I'm right there with you, Holly.
I'm deducing, nobody's told me this, that the flashlights of apparently 2 people were seen in that neighborhood. Was it on Ring Cam?
Yeah, they believe it's a kind of a neighborhood kind of video. So either Ring or some version of that in the neighborhood, which I'm in a Facebook group called Finding Sebastian Rogers, and neighbors have posted in there. Like one neighbor said, if he would have walked near their house, you know, you have those automatic lights that sometime come on, but that didn't come on. But in the video with the flashlights, you see two flashlights. That's all you can see because it's so dark. There's no street lights in the neighborhood, but you see two lights walking towards kind of a to the right of the video. But then you see, I think it may be into a wooded area, and then one of those both those lights disappear. But then you see one person stay away, but then some other person or thing comes back into the camera. So that's kind of odd too, because you see two flashlights leave, and then you see some sort of body of something of one person walk back through the camera.
I'm curious, how close were the flashlights to their home, to Sebastian's home?
Very close. So it's kind of right behind the home, kind of in like a common area of the neighborhood. So, you know, like a subdivision, there may be kind of like some grassier area. Maybe people may walk their dogs, that sort of thing. So it's kind of a common area, but very close to Sebastian's home.
So these flashlights of, we think, two people were right behind Sebastian's home. Is that correct, Aaron?
Good point, Holly.
Yes.
Okay. Are you also telling me that there are lights that come on automatically that are motion censored on Sebastian's home?
That's what one of the neighbors alluded to in a Facebook post early on in the investigation.
Huge point, as far as I'm concerned, Heather. Huge point.
Right now, it's flooded with a lot of individuals. In the beginning, it was definitely more just family and neighbors. And one neighbor did mention that if he was to have walked by their home, their motion lights would have come on if he walked on the side of their home. So that was kind of odd too, because that's why the neighbor said that was suspicious to her, because her light normally comes on if anybody.
Guys, this could be, and I'm not saying from which side of the fence I'm going with on this. This child could, and I feel very strongly that he is with somebody else and that he's healthy, happy, and safe. And all that would need to be done, and he may have no idea people are looking for him. Okay? Think about that for a minute. So all you got to do is keep him away from the news. That's not hard to do with a 15-year-old autistic child. All you got to do is keep him in the house. The child doesn't like to go out of the house. Okay? He may not even know he's missing, you guys. This is part of what my theory is. I'm not going into the whole thing. Again, just telling you, he could very well be somewhere else, happy, healthy, safe, and sound, and have no clue that we're all looking for him. And it is possible. It has happened. I've been involved in a case where it happened one time as the EMS services that had to respond to the situation. It does happen. Okay? It does. And that would be a dream come true for me. It really would be, because then I would know. I'm not saying he's stupid, Davey. I'm saying all you got to do is keep him away from the news and keep him in the house. If he was told one specific thing, you don't know, guys, what he was actually told. It could have been, you're going to visit such and such a person. This is what's going on. That's what's going on. He's going to believe the people he trusts. Okay? I'm not saying that that's what the facts are. I'm saying it's a possibility because it has happened. I've seen it happen. That's partially what gave me the ideas, because I've been there for that. There was a child in a case that we had dealt with where a child went missing for 3 months, 90 full days, 3 months. Okay? During the summer, so there was no school to be worried about, no nothing. They thought that he was gone. He was 14 years old. They thought he was deceased. No idea. No idea that he was missing, that the whole world was looking for this kid. This whole city that we lived in, I should say. We get a call to the home one day. The kid finally figured it out. I can't remember how, but dialed 911 and said, hey, I think people are looking for me. Law enforcement rolls. They show up, they back us, we back them up, and this to check the child out. The child was perfectly fine. Had actually gained 15 pounds, I believe, if I'm right. There were charges filed against the people, and it was a whole. It was over a custody battle, is what it was. Okay, and that's how it happened, guys. It's happened before. Other than this, the thing that I'm telling you about, I've seen in other cases where it happened, and I'm just saying things like this can happen, you guys. They can. Don't count it out until we know for a fact.
They walks past the home.
And Aaron, those lights, the motion activated lights on Sebastian and the neighbor's home did not come on.
No. Which is in the video when you see the flashlights. That's why all you can see are the
In
two
some
dots
senses,
of the
they.
flashlight. You can't really see anything else.
Aaron,
There you go, Holly.
doorbell camera or something similar. Did it ever show those outdoor light sensors coming on that night?
Can't rule anything out,
Not
guys.
that particular video. So that's the only video that we've been able to get our hands on. Authorities have said they've received several videos and things of that nature sent into them. But all they could confirm for us with that video was that was one of the pieces of evidence that they are looking at, and they are aware of that video. But authorities could have other videos that they're looking at, but that's the one that we've been able to get our hands on, which is just very odd considering, again, Sebastian, they have said that he had that flashlight with him.
Douglas McGregor, it grows curiouser and curiouser, to coin a phrase, because if he had walked out of that house, those motion sensor lights would have come on. But from what we can deduce, they didn't.
That's not necessarily true, Victoria. It can go backwards too. It can go the other way around. Just think about it for a little while and different variations of that and see what you come up with.
Yeah, exactly. And I've seen the video. And my first question would be, let's just set aside the motion sensor lights for a moment.
You're absolutely right, Carolyn, but some people don't care. And some people will look at it as in they're doing what they have to do to protect that child. Just think about it that way. I'm not saying it's a whole factual situation, guys. I'm just saying, what if? Okay, again, let's talk about possibilities. That's all I'm saying.
Moment. Who would he leave that house with if it wasn't one of the three parents? Who would it be? And those, that would be the next step in the investigation at that point, looking at that video.
Bingo, bingo. You are the winner tonight, Holly. I've been waiting to see somebody say that for days. I've kind of thrown it out there myself, but we all have are the parents' opinions and the grandparents, the one grandmother, I should say. We have never, ever heard Sebastian's perspective on this whole situation, guys, because we can't. He can't tell us because we're looking for him. But again, what if he doesn't know that we're looking for him? Just think about it for a minute. That's all I'm saying. Bingo, 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 Holly. Thank you.
And Seth, who can verify his last conversation other than the mom and the stepdad? He was at school on Friday. You spoke to him Thursday night. He was at school on Friday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know he was alive and well, say at 3:30 on Friday afternoon. Who saw him other than the parents from that afternoon, 3:30-ish, till we find out he's missing on Monday morning?
No, we don't, Brian. We don't know if that's true or not. That's just a speculation, sir.
I don't know who else.
Seth. So I don't have
know.
any proof of life between Friday afternoon and Monday morning?
I haven't been informed of anything. My only proof of life would be Katie, his mom.
Okay, who is cooperating with police? Guys, I want to give you the tip line again. 615-451-3838. Repeat. 615-451-3838. Listen to Sebastian's mom, Katie.
That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community.
Maybe she has the Victoria. We don't know. You know, they're not going to tell everything to us. And like I said, maybe she has said something to them that they've looked into. You know, I don't know.
But there's no malice. We just want our boy home. Bad. Badly.
That is from WSMV4. That also has the full discussion with Sebastian's mother, the full interview. WSMV4. To you, Seth Rogers, what are your final thoughts?
I'm just looking for my son. I want him to come home. I need people to look at his picture. Keep your eyes up and keep your head up. If you see him, please call 911. I need my son back.
Do you think he left that home alone?
I have no idea what to think. It's not like him.
Seth, am I missing anything?
I'm missing something. This puzzle just isn't making sense. There's missing pieces to it. There's
There
just
really
missing
are.
pieces.
I've been following this search, and law enforcement has done a thorough job of using different assets at their disposal. But the search needs to be expanded. The number one reason that autistic children go missing are runaways, endangered runaways. And, you know, once that hits a certain point in time, statistically, it turns into a parent abduction is the number one leading cause. But based on his age, they need to expand this search. Where might he go? What method of transportation might he have? And they need to research everywhere that they've already searched within the 5 mile or 10 mile radius, because autistic children, you know, they have a tendency to hide or avoid stimuli. So just loud noises in general, helicopters, sirens, people shouting, they may hide, they may seek out crevices. That construction site that the dog hit needs to be researched thoroughly. And this is something that not only law enforcement can do, but the parents can get together, volunteer searches within the community to search these areas as well.
Hold on, let me understand something. Aaron, you told me that the dogs had not made a hit. Wasn't that a false positive at the construction site?
Yes, ma'am.
But still, it needs to be further investigated. You know, back to Seth, you keep saying that a piece of the puzzle is missing. Something is missing. It doesn't add up. What do you mean by that?
Something it doesn't add up. For him to break routine and to leave the house with no shoes, no socks on, no coat, something just doesn't make sense.
Guys, please help us bring Sebastian home. This boy needs us. 615-451-3838. Goodbye, friend.
All right, guys. I'm kind of tired, but again, I appreciate everybody respecting each other's thoughts and feelings and theories and whatever it is they have been in here tonight, guys. Like I said, I have my own theory. I'm not going to go deep into it. There's definitely that missing piece of the puzzle is someone Sebastian himself possibly reached out to, guys. That's a big possibility. Understand something that was clarified in here, guys, in a lot of these interviews. Sebastian had the ability to make phone calls and text messages and take pictures. Remember that. So that phone was there. They They have looked at the phone. They know who he was in communication with, I'm sure. That does not mean that every one of those people, if they've interviewed them, have been truthful, guys. Remember that. That's all I'm saying. I very, very, very highly feel that Sebastian is alive, safe, and well. I do. I'm not saying that what I feel is the be all end all. Okay, it's just my feeling, folks, and it's been clarified 101,000 different ways. This child's very smart. Remember that, okay? Because he is very smart, just like my child that has the same issues that Sebastian has is very smart. I don't know the dynamics of what the scenario is and the reasoning behind this, but I feel like this child is somewhere that is known to people, but it's not being looked at right now because it's not something that should be, if that makes any sense. Okay. I have two full-fledged theories, and the one I've been stuck with, I cannot shake it because I just really truly feel that in my gut. I don't know how long this is going to go on for. Absolutely, Robert. Absolutely. Caden will go outside in his socks as much as I don't like him to do it, or even barefoot at times, and when it's warm out. You know what I mean? But that's the only difference with these kids, honestly, and their age. Thank you, Victoria. I appreciate that. Good point, Ray. It does fall into that bracket, Holly. I will agree with you on that wholeheartedly, hon. You've been on point with some stuff tonight. I gotta say, I'm very impressed. Excuse me. He's cute as all hell, Vicky. I agree with that. He's got a very lovable facial expressions and smile. He's just a good kid. I can tell just from looking at him that he's an awesome kid. And he needs to come home. He at least needs to be found and known where he is. Whether he goes home or not, I don't know. But he needs to be found, and he needs to let the world know that he's okay. If he knows he's missing, guys, remember that. And I've been stuck on that for a while now, to whether or not Sebastian even knows that he's missing. That's all I'm saying, guys. Don't forget that, okay? And that's just a thought. That's all I'm saying. Guys, you've been great tonight. I appreciate that so very much. Tomboy, for jumping up here with me. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Thanks, Dago. Only reason I feel this is because my own family had a kid run away and we hid him with his grandmother to keep him safe. See? It does happen, you guys. I'm telling you what happens. And I don't know whether it's a runaway situation. I don't know if it was a hideaway situation. We don't know because there's some things that we're not getting here, okay? Don't forget that. There's certain things that we're not getting and we're not going to get. Absolutely, Joseph. And thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. You're always welcome. Absolutely, D. Thank you. All of you guys, thank you so much for being here, for supporting this. The other creators and stuff. Guys, if we can drop Duchess's link in here again, please, I would really appreciate that. For those of my mods that are still here. I know it's late. Oh, there she is right there. I didn't know she was still in here because it's 1:25 a.m. here. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sebastian Strong. Guys, we need to bring this child home. Period. And we're not gonna stop. I told you guys before. We are not gonna stop until we bring Sebastian home. Period. Once again, if one of the mods could please drop Dutchie's link in here because she's got another amazing channel, guys, that you guys should check out. I would really appreciate it. It's a moonlit word. Don't ever apologize. You did nothing wrong at all. You were just trying to help, and that's okay. You did fine. It's not you, okay? It's just my personal preference. That's all it is. Not you at all. You were wonderful. I appreciate the thought and the attempt. It was wonderful, as you always are. So everybody, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. I will be in here sometime tomorrow. I know it's the weekend, but I'm going to continuously be coming in and doing this stuff because it needs done. So thank you all again for hanging out. And I appreciate every one of you guys supporting this, helping us to find these kids, these people, and helping support these scenarios, folks, because it needs all the help we can get, all the looking at it that we can get out there, all the words that we can process with this. The flyers, I appreciate anybody that's putting flyers out. I appreciate anybody and everyone that's out there doing boots on the ground. Clue, thank you for that. And appreciate that very much on your side of things, and everybody else that's doing it, guys. God bless each and every one of you. I love you all so very much. I appreciate every single one of you guys. And I have to say, guys, once again, don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other. And please don't change a thing about yourselves, because you are all the beautiful people. You make this happen every single day, guys. And once again, folks, everyone have a wonderful night. Good night and God bless. I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.